Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the little delay there. Had some technical difficulties this morning. All sorts of fun. All right, first question I'm going to ask. Can you guys see my trading view clearly? Can we make out the numbers? Does everything look all right? Don't everybody shout at once. All right, I'll take that as a yes for now. All right, perfect. Well, first things first, thanks for joining. I'm sure we'll get some more trickling in here as the stream gets started. Interesting night in the overnight price action. So I'll zoom in here a little bit tighter. But looking at where we opened in this nice big news related drop, not sure how many of you trade the overnight session or caught the Asia session with Ron or worked with Alan overnight. I wasn't able to catch his stream, but I actually was kind of watching in the background with Ron, and I took this short last night and caught that whole move. So I got done early on the overnight. So as far as today's trades go, I don't really have a lot that I'll probably be too worried about, to be honest with you. Um, but I think last night is a really interesting case for like how I use some of the positioning to inform how I trade overnight futures. So I think that's something we can touch on. And I do just want to remind everybody, I know it's super early, so we're probably not going to have as many folks staying tuned this early in the morning, but I appreciate all of you that actually do wake up and decide to join me here. So um, I just want to kind of show you guys on my screen, if you can make it out. I do have the correlated or approximate, I should say, ES strike. Let's make sure we're dialed in. About 35 points difference. So I feel pretty good about how things are lining up. But you will see I have the ES correlated strike displaying on some of the larger bars to kind of give you futures traders, if you're trading ES and you're here, kind of a reference point for what this is looking like. But I think when you look at today's profile and how I would be trading futures around this and what my targets would be, this kind of informs, excuse me, what I was looking at with regards to last night and why I took the short and ended up catching the entirety of that move. And when you think of things in like ranges, and depending on how you guys are using like levels, right? Support, resistance, all that fun stuff. The rake levels, whatever it is you're using, EMAs, all of that, right? I just look at this as like, I think I broke it down to somebody the other day. It's like if you open a door and you want to know how far until the next door, how big is this room that I'm walking into? Is it a big cavernous room? Do I have to walk a lot to get to the other end of it? Or is it a tiny room? I only take a few steps before I enter the next room. And we consider the ranges as the room that you have to move. We've got some decent ones here, right? So if I was just looking at this, a lot of people will take a 15-point move on ES, maybe trading 1 mini, 10 micros, whatever it is you're using, and they'll be really happy with that, especially if you're copy trading across multiple accounts, right? If you're catching a 10 to 15-point move, you're probably pretty happy with that. I like that as well, like depending on the size I'm using. But in general, if I can look at this and say, like last night, I looked and pretty much said, if we lose 25 on SPX, which is 60 on ES, I'm looking for at least 20, 25 points. We got that and the little extra, right? But my whole short thesis in the overnight was on this idea of I like this little range. And if things slip right here, I actually think we can go down and kind of touch into this next range, right? And what happened was after that big sell, we bounced right back up, but we could not clear right here. So I shorted again when I went to sleep, and I woke up with my target hit. So this same range that we've been trading overnight now tells me as we get closer to the cash session, I'm looking at this as the same way I would any day. I'm looking at this as another range to trade back up into. I'm targeting, like if I was trading ES right now, I would have bought these little dips targeting 71.65 on ES. I'm looking for 30 points, right? I did not do that. Like I said, personally, overnight, I caught 2 different shorts. I'm good. Like I literally don't need to trade futures on any of my accounts the rest of the day. If I'm doing anything from here, I'll probably be looking at SPX specifically from the option standpoint. I don't feel like giving away any futures profits. But for those of you who are trading ES, I think using this as a plan on the day to identify like where are the ranges that ES can trade. You don't have to be looking at SPX, right? But because they're so tightly correlated, we have some ranges that we can trade. And where we open today, I think in the next, 2.5 hours, we've got a long way to go to potentially get back up to this upper bit and go set a new all-time high potentially, because we have the range to do it, right? You can see that we've got this little gap to trade into the same way that we fell through this one in the overnight. So really interested to see just how much of this they claw back here in the pre-market. There's every reason to think they can get up a little bit higher. And there is that upper range I would be looking at. So I think if you look at the last few days, we've had some interesting action, but largely we've been stuck in a range now. So where we go from here, I think we're either consolidating before we make the next breakout, or we have to consider the alternative that we potentially fail the breakout and we're just going to end up trading back into the existing range we've been in for way too long, right? So again, I think there's a lot of opportunity on the map today. The thing I would say is that depending on what your lean is, there's still range down below that we could explore as well. So if things aren't really looking like we're gonna break out, my base case is not that we're gonna break down necessarily, right? We've pretty much held this like 80 to 50 range. 50's only really been tested once, but we've pretty much been holding 80, 85 during the cash sessions as kind of like a persistent low. In the 71.10 we find ourselves at right here in the pre-market has also been kind of a mean reversion line we've been dancing around. So I think there's a lot of potential, like I said, to actually get the break up and out. But I think it's really going to depend on where we get the opening print here today. So anyway, I know my early mornings are kind of new for some people as well, as far as what I'm talking about, and the market maker hedging and the Greeks and gamma and charm and all of these terms. So if you guys have questions on that, I'm happy to answer them here. But I also want to make sure this is beneficial for you and how you're getting your day started. So if I can provide something to you as far as psychology, if it's this actual pre-market plan to start your day and say, all right, given the structure, how do I think that's going to apply to me as an NQ trader as opposed to someone who trades ES, which is very directly correlated with SPX, right? And the thing I would say to that is, I think you're looking at this and it allows you to kind of have an understanding of, all right, given where SPX or ES is, right? If NQ is stronger, then how am I looking at what SPX and ES are doing to inform me on what I should be thinking about my NQ trade. And I think a lot of people use that correlation yesterday into the end of day. Like I personally, even though we were in such a tight range for most of yesterday, I'm just going to look at yesterday's profile actually and break this down a little bit. I put on, where was it, about 220. So right about here, when we were kind of reclaiming the 7120 area, I ended up putting on a call a call spread, thinking if we got over 35 on SPX, we might actually kind of get this late pop up here. That ultimately didn't like really happen, but even just that little 3 point, pop up late over 7135 made those contracts very profitable for me. But I know a lot of people were waiting for this kind of like late little run to have more confidence in like their NQ long that they might have taken, right? Because NQ had more relative strength yesterday than ES did. So when you look at that and you look at the structure and you kind of know on SPX going into the day, this range was a little more difficult for us to get through. That can kind of help you say like, oh, maybe we're not going to get that breakout I really wanted today all the way, right? Because something's working against ES and SPX. That might be one way for you to be able to leverage that when you're trading NQ or these other assets. All right, catching up in the chat here. Good morning, Mike. We've got Trade WAP. Good evening. Oh, wherever you are. Appreciate that, Mike. That's very kind. And Luke, good morning to you. Thank you guys for joining. I know it's an early day. Hellboy, good to see you. All right. How's everybody feeling? I'm really interested to see what happens today. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say that I am like the biggest bull in the world. I'm definitely participating in this up move. But the one thing I will say is I think it's quite telling with regards to volatility. We'll hide VVIX for now. All right. The floor for VIX, for cash VIX, is kind of like, in my mind, seeming to be more around this like 18. And it's really hard to see that get crushed and go significantly lower while you keep having these headlines lurking around. So I have been kind of urging caution that it's a really easy thing to do to keep trading the up move, but put on some protection. And right now, because volatility is relatively cheap, given where it has been of late, it's not a bad thing to look at like putting on a really, really cheap SPX put spread, or if you don't want to trade SPX and pay those premiums, XSP. I think that is something that I would endorse people considering, especially if you're someone who's like, I hate trading all-time highs. If you're hedged appropriately, you can kind of take those longs because in the back of your mind, you know that if you wake up and there's a big dump overnight or something, like imagine you had woken up and we were actually trading like well down here or further, right? Because that headline that shot us down 50 points in no time at all, if that had been worse, then you would have been like, oh, great. At least I've got some hedges that I can monetize and I can get some profit off of. That made you feel a little bit more comfortable if in the back of your mind you're not as comfortable trading long up into all-time highs, right? So if you're a person like that who is kind of tentative, I would really consider putting something on just to, have for that convexity, right? Because if for whatever reason some crazy headline comes out over the weekend or whatever, you're protected. And the whole point of the hedge is so that it's not sized in a way that it actually like kills your account if it doesn't hit. It's a hedge to say, I paid very little to potentially make a decent amount in the event something happens counter to how we're trading right now. That's the whole reason it's called a hedge, right? You are hedging your bet. If my bet is we keep breaking out to a new all-time high, then you know, the hedge is not your primary thesis. It's a just in case I want a little protection. So I would say with volatility doing what it's doing and where it is currently, I think it's not the worst idea if you can afford it to just put on something for like the end of next week or a week out from there. It can be deeper out of the money, not too far out of the money, but deep enough out of the money to where it's cheap enough for you to afford. And if we get a down move, you're not looking to like have price get all the way into the money for that hedge, but you're banking on the initial volatility expansion, right? Because if VIX and vol is really cheap right now and we get that nasty headline and you look back at where it's been, let's actually look at like a 1 hour or something. It wasn't that long ago we were trading in the 20s and high 20s, right? So the right headline sends us right back up that direction. And if you're in an out the money kind of a put spread of any kind, whether it's SPX or XSP, you're going to see those puts appreciate like dramatically. What was the headline that shot us down? D-Money, it was kind of like a potential report of like an explosion in Iran. So I think they debunked that headline pretty quickly, which is why it recovered so fast. But I think it just goes to show that like there's still risk out there. So if something goes sideways with that conflict, you could totally see how it might be helpful to just have something on just in case. Yeah, Mike, wouldn't that be nice? Unfortunately, we're in a 24/7 headline world these days, so welcome to the age of the internet, right? All right. So as you guys can see, we're still kind of just chopping around here. We haven't made the reclaim of kind of where we closed up near yesterday, or even that 71.25 strike that's been kind of our temporary ceiling for a few days now. If I zoom back, I'll be really interested to see what happens as far as like breaking out to a new all-time high or not today. For you guys that are joining late, thank you for being here. And I did just want to mention, I don't know how many of you that are joined up right now, are new to trading. If you guys that are paying attention to me are a little longer in the tooth, so to speak. And that's why you like tuning in, because this is maybe a little bit more advanced, whatever you want to say, compared to your normal trading style. However you're here, I'm happy to have you. But if you are newer, I do just want to draw attention to the fact that if you'd like to follow along and trade what I'm talking about with Jake, with Lamelli, with Alan, with Ron, I will say when I was first starting out, had I not been caught up in the whole like meme stock craze that got me started and pivoted directly into options, I can't imagine how much better I would have been if I had prop firms available to me then. So it would have been a lot cheaper as far as a barrier to entry kind of a situation if I could have paid $100 or less for an account and had some capital to play with. So I do want to say, if you guys are watching this and you're newer and you're really interested in it and you want to learn more, the first thing I would recommend is doing what I did. I didn't really see my trading take off. Even before I found the gamma angle. The mastermind course that I took, which ended up being the last one Jake did in person, was transformational for me in a way that I can't quite describe to you guys. I was kind of a signal chaser, and I had actually joined Jake's Discord, and because I had been in other Discords, my feeling was like, all right, when am I getting my signals? When is this happening? Okay, I'm just going to buy that. Yep, I see where they think this can go. But it wasn't until I actually took the mastermind course that I was able to have a better handle on having a plan and understanding how to execute. What are my signals? What are the things that resonate with me that make me feel good about putting risk into the market? Hey, what's up, Didi? We got the whole Rake 365 crew coming into these streams. I appreciate you guys for joining up bright and early. But back to what I was saying about the mastermind, like if you are newer, I would highly, highly recommend that. I really can't think of a better system to set you up for success as a trader if you are new. I think there's a lot of confidence to be gained from that system. And even though you see a lot of us all kind of still hanging around in here together, I think that's more a sign of the community. Options for dummies. Hey, at least you're reading. You know, not everybody likes to do that. But the one thing I would say is the community from Rake Trades is what kept me around after I got done with the mastermind. I just don't think you're going to find a better mentor or personality, if you want to use that word, to really guide you in your trading journey, because it's all about authenticity, right? It's not a sales pitch. It's literally true belief. The guy trades his own system every single day. And if you watched Jake the other morning and he cashed out a $40,000 winner, right? That's not by accident. And he's just trading his system. Same system he's been teaching, 15 masterminds. Now it's available to you in a subscription service where, frankly, if you think about anybody who paid for the mastermind, right? We got our money's worth, so nobody's complaining. But if I'd have had the ability to just sign up for a Discord month to month and learn that system at my own pace, I mean, that's like the deal of a century. So I don't want to hammer that too hard, but I do just want to touch on that for anybody who's watching that's newer, that maybe doesn't have the confidence. I would literally be looking at that as the starting point. So could not recommend it more. All right. Yeah, I got some mastermind students in the chat. What's up, Hellboy? What's my biggest winning trade? From a risk to reward standpoint, I caught Liberation Day last year and I shouted it in advance. I was taking puts and turned, you know, I don't want to be that guy, but I will say, like, yeah, I risked about I think it was $1,100 a contract and turned it into 35, I think. Okay, on my best one of the three, and then I had 2-day puts, and then I had the following week as well that I was able to monetize. So all in, from the R to R standpoint, it was a crazy return. But that stands alone as like my easily my best trade. And like I said on that first stream with Jake, you know, I saw in a clip the guy who said, you know, I'll never catch a trade like that again. 1 year later, here we are, and you literally just saw this like shocking recovery move. So this year, I think 28. But the whole thing for me is my strategy shifted a lot, because I ended up going from a lot of just naked SPX calls and puts to changing my strategy to leveraging a little bit more like risk averse strategy. It's not risk averse, but you get the idea, right? That like if I can define it, then I don't have to worry about it. Because I do think the thing with SPX is, even for me, I said this on that first stream as well, it's really easy to catch a heater in SPX and then just start looking at how much can I make, as opposed to focusing on why did I enter this trade in the first place? What was my risk to reward? What did I like about the chart? It's really easy to get lost in the sauce on SPX, and I just wanted to find a way to still trade the way I like to trade, but to just de-risk a little bit, right? So that's the biggest thing for me. Being in a community is helpful too. Ron and Jake and others giving feedback in the chat. Mike, I appreciate that, man. I just found there's something really great about the Rake Trades community, and after taking the mastermind and knowing that I was around a lot of other people who were there for the same reason I was, you realize that everybody's on their journey, and we can all be at completely different stages of our trading journey. And I think even with Jake the other day, he kind of had that Emily troll in his session, right? And the initial reaction is, I think he completely valid, lashed out a little bit, but then he came back because it's like, well, if you know Jake, if you know anything about him, the whole point of the community is to help other traders. We're not actively trading against each other. If you're short and I'm long, obviously I want to win, but I'm not like actively rooting for you to fail. I want you to be a successful trader. We're all here to take money from the market. And yes, the market is people trading against each other, different theses, different instruments, different sizes. But if you're here and you're watching, or you're seeking help, or you're looking for guidance or confluence or whatever it is, you're in a place where this community is looking for you to succeed. I can't say enough about how many times somebody's struggling with their psychology, or they're like, oh, I'm so frustrated. I blew my account again. I was ready for a payout and I blew it. Everybody rushes in to try to be like, okay, what were you thinking? What was your trade? Let's break it down. Everybody in the rake trades community is always there to sustain somebody, right? And I think that's one of my favorite things about being a part of this, and why I was so excited to join this is I was already kind of doing this in the chat, um, and to be able to do that in front of more people is a really exciting opportunity. So yeah, can't say enough about it. Do I trade prop or personal? Both. Primarily, like my highest conviction trades is always going to be personal, but prop is, I'm not going to lie, sometimes I trade props out of sheer boredom, just to have something to do. So like even last night, I did catch this on a prop. I caught this whole short down. I caught this second short down this morning. I'm not 100% excited about shorting again. I kind of want to see if we formally test back up higher, and then I might be interested in this range. But yeah, I did take this on props. So what is the indicator, lol master? This is just a custom indicator. So if you're new here, if you've never watched my stream before, what I focus on is, as far as my strategy, is I look at what options positions the market makers are holding, and how they're holding them, and in what size and in what way dictates for me where I'm looking for opportunities to trade. Yeah, Mike, I probably will have to do something like that. But the whole point for me is like I don't want to get bogged down in like the the what. It's more of a opportunity for me to just kind of give you guys some confluence. And I think if you've been paying attention since we started this, all these pre-market plans I provide, if you guys have watched here, if you've checked it out in the Discord channel, or after the fact, because it's always a little later to Instagram. If you've seen any of that, I think there's always pretty much a thesis that is available in the pre-market profile for these positions that can kind of inform the day, right? So to that end, if you guys just want to look, if you're a late joiner, thank you for being here. Um, uh, just will break down my trade from last night. I took a short because in my mind, even though we opened and kind of chopped around just for a little bit there for like an hour or two, um, I looked at this the same way I would look at it today if we opened down where we are right now. There is a range to trade between here and here. So 7160 ES, and I'm guessing this is like 7135, right? If we're looking at ES. So last night when we were chopping and grinding up against that, my rationale was, okay, if I was looking at this purely through the view of an intraday trade and we were in this zone, the expectation to me would be just like yesterday. We were grinding and chopping, and it would take way more consistent pressure and probably time to break up into this next zone up here, right? So I was like, it's going to have to prove it to me. So I felt really comfortable about taking a short right here and giving myself a 10-point stop to the top of this little range up here. And all I was initially looking for was a move down to like 7100 SPX, so like 30, 35 on ES, thinking, oh, it's likely to bounce and find some support in this area. Obviously, we got some news assistance that made that trade rapidly profitable. I actually got trail stopped out right about here. And then when we came back up and got this little wick into that same area, I ended up taking an entry right about here. I gave myself another 10-point stop right at the biggest kind of part of that range that still covered the high of the overnight. And I caught the short back down and woke up to a trim. So that is how I use this kind of profile to identify those ranges on the day. Where are the strongest supports? Where does it look like support, but it might be a little weak? And where should I watch for things to maybe break down from there? That's really the crux of what I look at. It's just another way of finding that information. Because the interesting thing about this is that these contracts were placed yesterday and then are modified overnight, right? And as we go into the opening print, generally the biggest positions are held all day long, which means that they are being actively traded against with futures in size all day long. So they can be influential regarding how you can expect reactions that have to happen, right? Market makers don't just let things go against them. They are actively always hedging their position. So that is something I would say. Just want to catch up on the chat here real quick. If the audio is choppy, I am sorry. I could not get this mic any closer to my face if I wanted. So if it is poor, please let me know, and I can back off of it or do whatever I need. How many years did it take me to be profitable? Let's see. What year? Let's see. COVID stuff is kind of post meme craze. So took the mastermind in the fall of 2024. And when Jake talks about that Nike swoop, you can pretty much look at midsummer 2024 as kind of like, oh, options profitable. And that was before I actually took the mastermind. I kind of like got it before taking the course, right? Like I kind of figured it out in a way, or parts of it. And then when I took the mastermind course, it was rapid. I mean, it was crazy. Just how fast the turnaround was. I still can't believe it sometimes. If anyone in here was in the Rake Trades Discord, you likely, have been around and seen me enough in there. I think I probably chatted more in that Discord than anybody other than the crew there, the mods and all the admins. So I was very active, to say the least. So I think as my Nike checkmark, the swoop started swooping, I think everybody was along for that ride and can attest to that. Okay, I use key levels as well and lined it up with where market makers are holding positions. Yeah, so like if I pull up the levels indicator for Jake, what you'll see is oftentimes, if I was somebody and I was saying, Mitch, how do I use what you use if all I use are the rake levels? What I would tell you is you can still use the rake levels. But what I like about it is and maybe you're not using Jake's levels and you're using another system. I'm not familiar with ICT, right? Like I know Lamelli is big on ICT and he's a former mastermind student. He found that spoke to him. Okay. And I'm not going to knock that. If what works for you and it makes sense to you and you can profit off of it, use your system, right? I'm just here to give you this additional layer of confluence. Okay. So here I would say, like, I would be looking at the 7,100-ish level of Jake's and saying, I find this to be decently supportive. And I think if you look through the overnight action, we did move down into it, but it has largely held, right? So for me, the thing that is helpful about these zones, like even here, Jake's level at 40, yeah, there's resistance up and to it. So if we get to that, it will take some work. But when we're on the other side of it, for example, then it is a strong support level once you're above it. So having that additional confluence around like, why do I think those are important or not? I think is helpful with this system. But the thing about it is everything about this market maker positioning is really conditional, guys. So like, again, I'm not trying to get super into the weeds on market makers and what they do and how they do it. If you want that information, you guys can find me elsewhere, right? You can come find me in the Discord. We'll talk about it. You can check out my Instagram, DM me there. But for the most part, I'm just looking for it to identify the ranges and to kind of know what the day is going to look like at certain places. So I think the interesting thing about the fact when we got that huge spike down overnight on the news and we went right through that zone quickly, the reason why I'm not surprised by that is because if I go and I look at when that happened, look at that volatility spike, right? Literally a full point on VIX futures in no time at all, right? So if I'm looking at that and what I know about market makers in these positions is the only way to get through something like that is if the selling is strong, number one, but number two, the volatility has to be really strong and persistent. So if you want to know why that bounce was also so rapid, look no further than how quickly volatility got sold down. And more often than not, that's the kind of reaction you would expect if you ran into a bunch of market makers long, right? So that was like not a super surprising thing to me to get that immediate recovery, but thankfully I banked on that short and then caught it again. So today, I think what's interesting, guys, is if we're looking at how things are shaping up here on the day, I think you can just kind of see the ranges. But I also know that my expectations up in here is that this might be kind of a choppy mess to kind of grind its way up into, just like yesterday if we get up there. But if the bidding is strong and the bidding is like really is strong enough to get and clear that, then that becomes like a pretty strong support. If we can get over 71.40, this little range here should be decently supportive to allow us to make that next move up. And, if you get over 71.45, it's a pretty clear path to higher. So I'm really interested to see what can they claw back in the pre-market. Can we open near yesterday's close? And if we can do that, you can be bearish and say, nope, I think we're going to reject here again and go trade back down through that range. Fair. Totally fair. Or you can say, I'm playing for the breakout and I'm going to look for a dip to the overnight low-ish, not all the way down to the wick maybe, but just in this zone. And if we're holding in here, I've got confidence to take a long because this should be supportive below me, right? It all just depends on your frame of mind, but there are ways to look at this and say, I believe this is, strong support, not so strong, and so on. But if you guys are new to the stream, thank you for joining. Thanks for being here. I would say I did put the key ES levels on here so you can see, even though I like to look at SPX specifically, you can see what the corresponding ES strike looks like it's going to be that we might be testing against. So hopefully that is helpful for you guys. Again, I know we've got a decent amount of people on here. Thank you again for joining me bright and early. I know it's kind of a weird time slot for people to wake up into, but I do just want to draw your guys' attention to the fact we have actually cleared, I think it is 30,000 plus viewers. So really excited about that in such a short amount of time. I can't wait to see where this goes and really appreciate you guys being here. And just want to throw a reminder out there that if you guys want to support the channel, one way you can do that, not that you have to, I'm not trying to actively sell you anything, but just a reminder, there are some really, really great discounts through all of your favorite prop firms with codes like RAKE or RT. So I have a little message in the banner below about that. If you guys are already using prop firms and you want to get a great discount, just go ahead and use one of those codes. It'll kind of help support us here to keep this channel going, doing the things we're doing and grow. And if you guys want to trade with us beyond YouTube, like for me, once I'm out of here in the pre-market, you're not going to see much of me, right? But if you would like to see follow-ups on my strategy and what I'm doing, you can always join the Discord. I have a channel there where I do a lot of pre-market follow through throughout the day. Like I signaled a couple SPX trades yesterday and caught a nice one at the end of the day, actually. So yeah, just want to get that out of the way. Just remind you guys that that is an opportunity that is in front of you if you want to use it. So if you like discounts, use code RAKERRT at your favorite prop firms. But I know that Lucid has some great deals right now. I'm actually really interested in that My Funded Futures Builder plan. I think it's very similar to some of the Lucid Flex accounts, I think it is. Except I think they're 1 day to pass. And then you can get paid out like every 2 or 3 days or something once you're over the buffer, which is really cool. So check some of those out. I think you can get a pretty hefty discount on most of those. What are my thoughts on Bookmap and or do I use it? So actually funny you asked that. I don't, but it's in the link Mindcore. If you see the banner down below, you can click the link and then just use that code STREAM and you'll get a pretty nice discount off the premium Discord. Joel, who is also in the Discord, is a big time Bookmap guy. I think that is like his primary tool for identifying kind of where liquidity is or where maybe he thinks a trend can go to, things like that, which is very similar to what I'm doing. And there is a nice dovetailing, right? Because my whole thing is saying in these areas, we know that market makers are holding positions. And the whole rationale behind this is saying, what do they have to do when price gets there, right? So the idea here that like they should be buying the dips in this range, meaning they should be like passively supporting the market because they have to buy when price gets there. Obviously that changes as the day goes on, right? Everything that they bought, they will sell back depending on where we are relative to those strikes. But if I know that market makers are really heavily sized here, I'm pretty sure that as price maybe is in the neighborhood, right? Bookmap would likely show a bunch of resting orders in those areas to kind of like back that up. So it would be really interesting to see. I actually pinged Joel to say like, hey, maybe we should get in touch and kind of see how things correlate in real time. And it might be kind of a powerful thing to leverage. So really excited to see where that goes for sure. Passing an eval, getting a payout is such a mental block for me. Yeah, Cole, I think what's difficult about props for a lot of people is that it's in your face, right? You've got rules to follow. You've got math to do. How far am I from that payout? Oh, I'm getting close. Oh, I've got to keep this percentage. I think the thing that makes it simplest is to focus on process over profit. It sounds really, like self-helpy, but I can't say it enough. The more that you actually focus on just, am I taking good trades? Am I managing my risk? And then in like 2 weeks, especially if you're someone who's struggling for the payout, eliminate payout from your mind. Literally just take your trades. And when you hit like 2 weeks, you look back and you're like, okay, how am I sitting? Don't look at your dashboard unless you're worried about like my drawdown. But I would keep an eye on it without having to think about anything else. Unless you're on an account that like has a consistency rule or whatever, then by all means, pay attention to that. But I think the biggest thing I would be doing if I'm struggling for a payout is just doing the simple things. If I manage my risk and I'm taking good trades and I'm focusing on my process, and take the long view. No one's saying you have to take the payout in the smallest amount of days to get there. If you're struggling to get a payout, focus on getting the payout. Don't worry about how quickly you can get it, right? Because then your psychology is anchored to how fast can I get that? I need the pay. More people have probably blown their prop firm accounts the closer they are to getting the payout than they have blown it, like not even being in a funded or something, right? They'll fail an eval the closer they are to passing it because they're so worried about passing it. It's your focus is just so heavily on the one thing that you can't actually just get out of your own way and just let the process get you there naturally. If most prop traders said, I won't look at getting paid for a month, regardless of account type, they would probably see their consistency go through the roof as far as the quality of their trading, in my opinion. That's just me. Am I familiar with the Valor Group? He uses bookmark and confirms with time and sales. I'm not Minecore. I'm not a guy who's ever looked at the DOM. I tried time and sales when I was first trading options, but as a newbie, it was kind of like just rapid information and just too much on my screen. So, yeah, it looks like we're getting a pretty good pop back up through the range here. I'm just going to check and see if we got a little headline. Could see breakthroughs. I don't know, man. I'm so sick of the news. I just, I pay attention to it, right? But it is just one of those things where it'd be nice to not have to pay attention to it so closely. But yeah, we're getting a move right up through this range. This is kind of what I was wanting to see into the open today to kind of dictate where we have some opportunity. And I do think it's a range story today. I think you can see that on my screen here and why I have these little, sorry, some titties marked on on here. No offense. So what do I expect from the market today based on my chart? Victoria asked. Thank you for asking. Let me show you. Ranges. I think it's going to have to be a prove it over 45, hold 45. Every reason to think you can go higher. That's what I think. And until you prove that you can get through there, you can play these little range rejections back down to the bottom of the range towards 7,100. I think the only way we meaningfully sell any lower than that is if you get a lot of volatility. I think positionally, you have another range down here to like 70, 85 ES. And then things get a little murky, right? Then you start seeing this stuff where it's like, oh, danger zone. But I think for that to happen, you'd actually need to have a lot of volatility to get you started and to keep growing. And that is actually technically quite possible if the right headline comes around, as you can see from last night. But looking at this wick, I got to find a way to get my chart colors a little bit better. Just bear with me a second here, guys. I'm sorry. All right, let's do that. Much better. Okay. So as you can see, we got that nice pump up, and then we hit the beginning of this little block and we rejected. So one thing that a lot of people do that kind of trade with this information the way that I do is they will literally just scalp in size, and they'll take like 2 or 3 minis on ES, and they'll play for that initial rejection looking for like 5 to 7 points. Not me. I don't like to trade that way. I'm more like Jake. I like catching bigger moves, right? So, but that is something that you can do, is just consider today a range day and say, I'm trading from 60, 65 ES down to 35, 25 ES best case. And then if anything really drops and we get some big time volatility on selling pressure, then I'm looking to capture the majority of this range. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. Don't say it out loud if you don't want it to continue being true. Fitzgerald, yes, where your focus go, energy flows. That is very much a thing. That's why I said, if you focus on passing, that's all you're going to think about. So if you're trading prop firms, your focus should just be on, am I doing the right things? Am I managing my risk? Because everybody looks at the number associated with the prop firm account and says, I got a 100K account. No, you don't. You've got what your drawdown says you have. So you're trading whatever your drawdown is your limit. So treat it accordingly. I'm speaking to the people who struggle to get paid. If you're so focused on the payout number that you can qualify for and what you need to do to get your buffer and what you need to do to get to pass and hitting that big number, I guarantee you're probably someone who's trying to figure out, can I pass this in one trade? If you can't get paid, trade differently. Trade cautiously. Trade the size of the account drawdown. don't trade the payout number dangled in front of your face. And if you do that, you will get there. It is exhausting seeing the news every day, Dylan. That is right. All right, it looks like we've got some more people that have joined from this morning. If you're here, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. My name is Mitch. If you are new, welcome to the Rake Trades Network. I am a little bit different than my co-hosts in the sense that while I do trade futures, I also primarily trade SPX options and some different strategies. And I, in addition to price action, watch what is called market maker positioning data and the knowledge of how that influences hedging flows in the futures market. So SPX and ES are tightly correlated. Market makers primarily hedge their SPX options positions with billions, with a B, dollars of ES futures to trade. And I use the knowledge of how those positions are held and what the reaction from a hedging perspective should be, along with the impact of time and volatility to determine my plan for the day, ranges, areas of opportunity, where things can get slippery, where things can get explosive, and trade it accordingly. So if you have questions on that, you can certainly shout them out. But for the most part, we are here to try to provide a structure and key takeaways from the pre-market profile to help you guys in your trading throughout the rest of the day. All right. Can you break down MNQ and do analysis on it? I can certainly give it a go, MindCore. It doesn't directly correlate with anything I'm seeing this way, but I'm happy to look at it and talk through it. I would say I think it's interesting, just at a glance here, the software weakness hasn't really hit NQ at all. So let's go look at that. Yeah, so I think NQ has obviously been the strong name or stronger name yesterday. And I think where I would be looking is kind of in the same manner with SPX. If you kind of look at it and say like, okay, oh my God, that's disgusting, guys. There. Sorry about that. Yikes. And you look at the overnight action, it pretty closely mirrors what's been happening with ES. So I think I would treat them kind of one and the same in the sense of if I was looking at what I look at, I would probably be doing the same thing. I would be looking for those ranges. I think, what is it? 10 points of ES is like 30 points of NQ. Is that, I think that's a pretty decent approximation for how those moves go. Or maybe it's 40 points, I forget. So like if you catch a decent move in ES, you're catching like a 100-point move in NQ. Yeah. So I think if I'm looking here for me today and I'm saying, well, what's my, God, what is with these drawings being so wacky, guys? I got to figure out my trading view. It's every time I navigate away to a different ticker, it gets all screwy. I would be looking at it the same way. So if my upper range, if we just look at that really quickly, if my upper range where I think we could get to is like, you know, I'd basically be watching 7,200, 7,205 on ES and saying like, okay, if I've got like a 30-point range, it's like 120 points, you know, from this strike, 70, 75. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of explosive capability on the day, depending on if we get the breakout, right? Like I can see zones where we can fly. So presumably it could be a very big day in NQ as well. As far as like breaking it down, you know, I think it's pretty obvious what we've been doing. But yeah, as far as for me, the things that I like about days like today are the fact that like you have very clearly identified little ranges to trade inside of. And those are your areas of opportunity for like breakouts, trends to develop. Because if you get over and hold something like here, in my mind, if you get the breakout over Let's see, 70, like 75 ES, let's say, is right here. If I'm holding this, I'm confident that any dips, I know the overnight says otherwise, right? But as far as like that initial, why is it on the 1 minute? Jesus. All right, guys, my God. We'll get this figured out. My apologies. But even though the overnight says otherwise, that like, oh, it couldn't hold the support, I would like to see it like make this move, this pre-market right now. If we can get up here and cover 40 and come back down and dip into this like 30 and kind of test that overnight where it dropped, and that's your support, looking at what I look at, I would be, if we actually opened up here somehow in the next hour and a half and pull back into this area and can get back up here, this zone fills me with the same kind of excitement if I'm long as it does from here to here that I caught the short thesis in overnight, right? So that's something that I would be looking for. I do think there's a lot of potential. I think there is also some warning signs. If one headline can do that, now you know what the risk is in the market, right? But it's not something you can necessarily account for. You can't control when that headline might drop, right? There's nothing that you can do to say like, oh, I'm safe in this moment because the profile looks a certain way. There is always risk out there. You can only trade what's in front of your face. So if you hate headline markets, you just need to make sure that like you're managing your risk the best you can in that moment, right? But it's like Jake likes to say, we're playing a probabilities game here. If I am flipping a coin, I just hope that it's weighed to my side a little bit more so that 50-50 coin flip lands on my side more often than not, right? True, Mike, you can't hedge. But I just mean like even in the day, I am just looking for as much confluence. How many things line up for me that make me feel like this trade is more in my favor than less? While also submitting to the idea that once I hit trade, once I hit buy or sell, it's out of my hands, whether or not it works. The only thing I'm controlling is how much it hurts me, right? Or how much I gain from it if it does go my direction. So I like to think that I've got some pretty educated bets I can make on the day. I think that even right now, we're pumping this into pre-market. If this were cash session, I would be watching this expecting it to kind of slow down and grind and chop and maybe get rejected. So the person who wants to short from here, you can short with like a 10-point stop, and I would not judge you at all. But I think on the basis of trading and holding the low end of this zone, my favorite long for this probably would have been the one like when we started talking this morning, right? About like holding this as a support, because the only thing that pushed us through that initially is when volatility did this and did this. And now volatility is pulling back as we move up. So if that's the case, right? Like let's just switch to ES. So you guys have, for all of you futures freaks out there. And I got to change this, so just bear with me 1 second. All right. So if we're moving into this on ES, I really want this like 75 to get covered. But if I'm looking at pre-market, if I really want this to set me up for the breakout to new all-time highs and potentially like ramp way the hell up, the fuel is there. You can see the potential of the range, right? But the biggest thing is making sure you get up over that hump. Because if you do, what's really interesting to me is there is a, whether you can see it on here or not, there are some absolutely ginormous positions up over 7,200 on SPX, okay? Like huge. I'm talking like 15 to 20,000 contracts sitting up there. Those can be so magnetic because like if we move up, like that is a thing that we are drawn to. You are generally drawn to these positive concentrations because of how they behave, right? They push price away and then they pull them back. They're magnetic in that way. There's like a push-pull effect. That's why at the end of the day, when you get that pin, it's pinning up against something positive and something negative, right? But like there's always that correlation. Like 99% of the time that happens. So that's where things can like get squeezed and pinched into the end of the day, from my view, right? But if you get moving in a hurry and we explode up, these are very small, thin, tiny, meaningless positions. This is fuel for the fire. If you get through this, you can see the shape of it. They all get smaller from there. If you clear one, you likely move up in a hurry, right? So I do think there's some strong potential for an all-time high breakout. We've done a lot of consolidating the last few days. The ranges have been tight. We've held some key strikes that we've kept testing from above. Even on that big news sell last night, we ended up holding it. So if the danger was real, I think you would see some more persistent selling. Bears might actually grow a pair. I think they've been kind of chopped on the old nuts angle for a while here. So really interested to see what we actually end up doing for an open. I think if we can grind up here this morning and open closer to yesterday's high-ish, obviously that puts us, in shouting distance of all-time highs on SPX. But I think there's a lot to like if I'm bullish about ramping up another 40 points or so in a hurry. But you have to prove it now, right? We know what's sitting above us. We've got this block of kind of longs. But I think as much as I attribute to this profile business, the market flow will always dominate, right? Because the thing about market makers and this whole idea of how they hedge contracts through futures is that they are reacting. Sometimes that reaction can be done in size to where it influences the market and dictates the next move, right? But what I think is dangerous is to say, like, they decide. They don't decide shit. So whenever I see someone be like, oh, the market maker bent me over yesterday. No, they didn't. They are just executing the trades that are in front of them the same way that we are. The difference is they have to do it. They have to hedge. You get to decide how long or how short you hold your position. They have to hedge it as long as it's open, right? So as long as there's a customer who is holding that call open, however many thousands of them or hundreds of them, that market maker has to hedge it while it's open. Okay, so like the idea that they are making decisions for the market is patently false. That is a victim mindset. So if I ever see someone say or complain about market makers, I will dismiss you as an unserious person. No offense if that's any of you out there. I'm sure someone said it in here. I see you guys asking about the indicator. What indication you have there for the volume? This is not volume. This is just a representation visually of how many contracts the market maker side is either short or long a position. And then that kind of dictates the price reaction and how they will hedge it through ES futures. So right now, the expectation would be if the market were open, this range here, they would be actively kind of selling some ES minis as we work into those strikes. Once we are on the other side of it and we come back down to them, so just like here, all of these drops down, they were buying supportively to hedge these positions. In here, when they're short a position, market makers are buying or selling futures with the flow that is strongest, like with the momentum. So if we moved through this strike here, they would have sold with that move. If we pushed through it, then it's a tailwind. It's helping you. It's a very positive helping flow, right? So even here, now in the pre-market, we're getting some boosting. We're getting up where we want to be. Kind of exciting because if we can clear that, like I said, my plan would be if I'm long ES today, this is the zone right here. This is where I'm most interested. 7205, 7175. That's my range I would be really excited about, but it would have to start at like 7180. If they can clear this, you can see the shape of it. It should be a pretty quick pop in my estimation to be testing 7,200. If this is all I was looking at, right? Okay. Yeah, guys, there are data services out there that you can get this kind of view from inherently in their dashboard. I just chose to customize like an indicator where I can pull those values, put them here, and just have it on my trading view chart. It just makes it easier to share screenshots and stuff like that and talk to it with you guys, as opposed to like trying to get clearance to like, oh, here's my platform and stream that. This is just easier to see the actual price action overlaid in it. But yeah, just really quickly, if you guys are new here, thank you for joining. Looks like our viewers kind of keep ticking up little by little. So I know you guys are probably getting antsy for Jake for the main show this morning. So can't blame you there. The guy has been on a heater. But I'm happy to lead you into him. So if you guys have questions, please feel free. I'm actively watching the chat. So I know we've kind of gone over a few things already this morning. But yeah, if I was formulating a plan for the day and you guys are looking at these rake levels on ES, I think you can see that these are some strong correlated levels here with what I'm looking at. The difference is, you know, I'm looking at this as kind of like a temporary resistance area between these two levels until it's not, right? And then once it's no longer resistance, then I'm looking at this as a supportive block. So I think that's why I said today that I would want to be, what I'd want to be watching for is where we open. Where we open will dictate how I'm viewing these zones that we can trade into or not, right? So if I'm looking for this move, I know that I want to open here and not dip too much further down than here, right? I want to hold a high open. I don't want to see a failure, because a failure means I'm then looking at trading back into this kind of territory. That's my risk area. So I think if you're bullish, you want a high open, you want to open, you want to hold it, you want dips to be immediately bought. So if it's an opening print kind of a trade, that might be it. You want to have as tight a risk as possible. You want to see this level broken and held, opening print held. Look for your trigger and go, right? Victoria, yes. Let me get back to SPX so you can see that. Okay. You guys can see it's the same story, right? Those zones line up. Oh, a little different here. Sorry. There we go. But same story. You've got your ranges. I mean, technically, if you got a really explosive bid today, you could get to this next level and really go, right? But the market right now, let's see, our straddle has come down. So it is now pricing in about a, what is that? 30-point move. So let's visualize that on the chart and see. So right now it's telling you, these purple lines are telling you what the market, if we were to open where we are, like right this second anyway, it's kind of telling you that the loose approximation for the top of the range today would be right about here. So it's already pricing in saying like, hey, we can go there. And of course, the more you move up and the more that straddle maintains its value during the day, it starts pricing in these deltas on these contracts higher and higher, which can actually reinforce the move. So we'll be really interested, like I said, really interested to see where we open. I mean, if you're bullish, this is what you want to see, guys. You want to see that overnight kind of action absorbed and then get this push. And if we can open up here and hold that 71.30 on SPX, I mean, I would be very bullish. I'd be very bullish if we held that, looking for higher. The one thing this doesn't take into account, though, that I don't want people to get like a false confidence over, is that other flow in the market, right? Sorry, Cole, 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, Cole, the thing is the trade is only as good as it was at the time you entered it, right? So if it didn't work at that moment, you have to look at it, in context. What was your thesis? What was your stop based on? Um, just because it worked out in a different time session the following day doesn't necessarily mean that like your trade was valid 8 hours later, right? Your idea was right, you just had the wrong time. But at the moment you entered it, if it failed, it failed. Then you just have to decide, did it fail because I was too aggressive with my entry? Was I not patient? Things like that. I don't know that you can get bogged down in the oh, it hit later on. You didn't take that trade later on. So I think there's some context around that you'd have to think about. Um, what indicator is this? Omar, this is just a personal indicator. There are services out there. I'm honestly probably going to put them in my banner. If you're interested, you can pursue those companies. There's no discounts, guys. I'm not gonna fill you full of shit. They're expensive for some. Most average 250 to $300 a month or more, depending on features that are included. And those are the ones that are just looking at VIX and SPX, right? They don't include anything else. So I don't want to blow smoke up your butt and be like they're all created equal, but you can get similar functionality from other services. Like if you're an unusual whales person, they have Periscope as an add-on, which kind of does a similar view as this. I just choose to take those values and plug them in manually to get this indicator. But you don't have to have this. You can just look at the platform at a glance. So yeah. And for everybody joining, again, thank you so much for tuning in. Good morning, and thank you for being here. Hopefully, we can kind of give you guys a little additional context for what I'm seeing that might help you on your day. But I think if I was looking at this, I would be saying if I'm bullish, got to get here to here. That would be my first trim target. I'm excited if it gets here to maybe get explosive. That would be a monster move. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying like let's be realistic. If the market's telling you I'm pricing in a 30-point range, try to take it at face value a little bit. I'm not one to discount that very often, but I think we're in like a really tenuous situation. You have a big headline overnight that shows you how weak things could get in a hurry, right? But I'm also thinking we're not giving a lot back. We're ranging and chopping. We're consolidating, which if you're a Jake student, you've probably heard a time or two. If you're consolidating under a level, generally speaking, that is a bullish development. So if you're like Jake and you're looking at things going, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to buy a few stabs long. It's warranted because you've pretty much been rewarded for days and days on end. And even in this range, you could say, if I'm mostly buying dips, I'm getting some profit. Yesterday was kind of an extreme example of choppy, grindy disgustingness. But if you bought those dips and you held, you pretty much came out a winner on almost every example. So hard to argue with success, guys. But yeah, I would just say there is obviously some caution. So that's why I'm looking at where we open. If we open here and we move higher and reject, then I'm expecting my next best long opportunity would be down here, assuming it doesn't turn into a stronger sell, because then you have to think about what happens down here. That's kind of the simplest possible way that I look at things. So for you guys out there, if you're looking at this, that is what I would be looking at, right? I would be looking at what are my areas of opportunity with regards to ES, SPX, and then like NQ. Like if ES is looking weak, where am I worried about it looking weak? How does that change how I'm thinking about like what NQ can do from here? If ES doesn't start moving, or if ES isn't trading over this number, but maybe NQ is ramping a little bit more, like, should I be concerned? Should I maybe tighten things up? Should I trail my stop a little bit more? you can kind of have that plan in your head. At least that's how I'd be looking at it. But yeah. Anyway, any questions in the chat? All right, 1 second here. So guys, I do want to say that the fact that we've cleared 30,000 subscribers is pretty cool in this project. I'm not going to lie to you. If you'd have asked me a couple weeks ago where we'd be by today, I don't know that I'd have said that. I think I'd have hoped it, but I'm sure, as you guys know, this is like a big project for Jake. He's got a lot of the undertaking from this completely on his own. So if you guys can find a way to support the channel, whether that's by continuing to watch me and others when we're on, if you guys can just do us the simple courtesy of liking, if you can like the channel. What's up, Sala? Thank you for joining. Good morning. And just doing those things, I think it'll kind of help us sustain and grow this a little bit more. Momo, if you want to know more about this, there are certainly services out there. You can do the free thing on YouTube. There's a lot of information about it. If you want to learn more, you can contact me on Instagram. You can join our premium Discord where I do the intraday updates and break this down further throughout the day. So if that's something that interests you guys, in addition to getting the levels indicator that you see on my screen here, not the bars, but the blue rake levels, that is also included in that membership. And if you use that code STREAM in the banner down below, that will get you a discount on the premium Discord. So that is one way you can learn more about it if you choose me as your teacher, right? But there are a lot of free resources out there. So something that you guys can check out. But if you click on the link in the banner down below, that will take you to the checkout for the premium Discord on the screen. So if you actually click on that, I believe it should take you there. But even if you just want to copy it, you can certainly do that. But yeah, I'm not trying to push that on you guys. That's just an option that's available to you. I myself, if you don't know and you're new here, I am a former Rake Trades Mastermind student. I was in Mastermind 15, and that was literally the beginning of the uptick on my Nike swoop. Really kind of went to another level, started trading SPX, became very successful with it. I also trade futures correlated with what I see in SPX. So I cannot speak highly enough about the Rake Trades community. So if you are from that and you're here tuning in, doubly appreciate you. But however you got here, we're so happy you're here. And yeah, if you guys can like and subscribe to the channel, that'll just take us to the next level. We have got a lot of things brewing and just really excited about where we're setting up to go. With that being said, I would say that we have an opportunity here to do a little giveaway in appreciation for you guys tuning in and getting us over the 30K hump. So if you guys are interested, here in a little bit, we will do a giveaway of a 50K Tradeify growth account. These are some pretty nice accounts, guys. This is a great account that we've gotten for you guys to give away. Thanks, Com. Thanks, Luke. What's up, guys? Let's get some likes going here. See what we can get in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. I'm really excited to see when we hit 40K what comes, 50K, see what we get for those viewer counts here over the next few weeks. And also, guys, I do just want to say, as much as I am here and I'm talking, I know that what I'm looking at on the screen is a little different for you guys. But I really hope you know that anything is on the table here. I don't want to get bogged down in just talking Greeks all the time at you, right? One of my favorite things is to discuss psychology, how I approach trading, why I'm big on risk management, and kind of how that shapes what I do and how I trade. So if you guys ever have those questions, if you're very new to trading, please use that as an opportunity here, and we can get it covered. Who's your favorite provider? Mike, provider in what sense? If we're talking doctors, I mean, thankfully I don't have to think about that too much, but I do work in the healthcare industry, so when I hear provider, my mind goes to healthcare provider. If you're talking prop firms, I think data. I like VS3D for mine. Options depth is really great cost effective option. They also have some APIs that you can leverage that I'm kind of interested in. Um, I do a lot with Claude, so having that MCP to use potentially would be nice there. Auto insurance. Jake from State Farm, man. Different levels of knowledge. Thanks, Diana. Yeah, I'm actually kind of intrigued to see what people take away from this process. Um, Options depth, Mike. Options depth. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys. I forgot I am kind of coming up on the end of my time here, so we'll be passing it over to Jake here in a bit. Yeah, Voland also. Yeah, Voland's like another level that I don't know is worth the money. So if you're a data geek, maybe it is, but to me, so far from what I do, I'm not paying that. You can get out of here with that. I do just want to draw attention real quick, guys, before we give this account away and before I kick it off to Jake. When we were talking about this range and the strength of those levels, um, I think that adds some validity to what we were talking about. Where we open will kind of decide where we trade into, but I think you've got some clearly identified ranges. If you're looking at the level system specifically and going level to level, I think there's some pretty clear opportunities for where to go. So yeah, I think we'll do a little giveaway here. I'll have Jake give my code away on his stream. If you guys stick around for a few more minutes, I'll have him give that to you. We have a better way of doing those giveaways, and I don't have time to try to run that myself right this moment. So I will pass it off to Jake. Once again, thank you so much for joining me in these pre-market planning sessions. Hope to see you on the next one, and just check the schedule if you're interested, and peep me then. Okay. But thank you guys so much, and we'll check in later. Trade safe.
Oh, chat, chat, chat. Chickadee, chickadee. I can hear myself. We're good. Chickadee, chickadee, chat, chat, chat. What is up to the chat? Let me pull up the chat. Dude, good morning, friends. What up, dogs? Good morning, my friends. Yo, friends, quick question. How many of you that were on here were on Mitch's stream just a second ago? Were you guys on Mitch's stream? Yeah? All right, top and dis. Top and dis. You're, I appreciate your honesty. And for that honesty, I'll allow you to stay in the giveaway. All right, real quick, guys, because Mitch had an account to give away, and I rushed him off, not because he was doing literally anything wrong. I was just antsy. I was just feeling ready. Let's run a quick giveaway as a shout out to Mitch and those for you guys early who were on here showing the commitment of being up early and on with Mitch. I want to reward you guys. So we're going to run an old school style giveaway, not the new advanced Ron G technique with the bot and all that. We're going to run an old school style one to say thank you for you guys being on. So real quick, guys, just spam the chat. Just spam the chat. I'll give a minute. Just start throwing messages. You have no idea what I'm going to pick. You have no idea. Am I going to pick now? Fake out. And boom. That did not work because you guys kept moving. Okay, hold on. And keep going. And boom. Armani 17. If you have not won a giveaway yet, Armani 17. Oh, Armani, you've been on, dude, Armani, I'm checking your activity. You've been on the streams, man. That's awesome, bro. Armani 17, dog. Guys, give a W to Armani 17. Dubs in the chat. Armani, can you do me a favor? You got, let's see if this works. Let's go, my dude. Let's see if this sends Mitch's Instagram. I want to get you a link. I want you guys. All right, guys. In Armani specifically, there's an Instagram link in there for Mitch's Instagram. Shout out Mitch. Our stream host from earlier this morning. Go ahead and click that link and send him a message on Instagram, Armani. I'm gonna text him right now. I don't know if he's still on, but I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna text Mitch. I'm gonna have you DM Mitch for this account. And guys, follow Mitch on Instagram. Huge shout out for Mitch. Armani. All right, sweet, guys. Good morning. Well, good morning, chat. Shout out to Mitch. That giveaway was from Mitch. Armani. And I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong because it's definitely Armani. I don't know. I just feel bad. Are you good to DM? Just shoot me a yes in the chat whenever you have a second, just to let me know that you know the protocol. We're gonna have you DM Mitch, that Instagram account right there, and he will. All you have to do is just send a picture of your YouTube profile so we know it's really you, and he'll get you that account. All right. I don't know why, but my phone just picked. All right, awesome. Hell yeah. My phone just picked up everything I was saying and almost Siri sent it to a girl I knew in college. And it was like, it literally said like, DM Mitch to win the account, blah, 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 blah. I'm glad I didn't show it to her. All right, let me get my screen set up here, guys. Apologies for the delay. Wanted to get that giveaway handled. Now get my charts all set up. All right. Good morning, friends. How are we doing? Friends, how are we doing this morning? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, good morning, my friends. I'm also a little bit tired today. You know, I didn't sleep all that great last night. I'm really looking forward to getting a really looking forward to this weekend. Man, I'm going for like 10 hours of sleep. All right. Well, good morning, my friends. First thing I want to talk about, bro. Was anybody trading Ron G's Asia stream last night and watched this happen live? This shit was crazy. What a tank, dude. An absolute tank before just an insane recovery. Insane move down, bro. And then bought back up right away. I mean, oh, no way that was at a level. I didn't even look at that. Oh, fucking go to NQ. Oh my God, of course it was at a level. It was yesterday's open. Of course it was, obviously. Man, well, it was an insane spike down that got bought back up, but part of me is still wondering if we might head back down there. 26881. So my first instinct on the day is, do we retest that low? I don't know. I know what some of you must be thinking. Jake, you were so bullish at all-time highs yesterday. Why are you not still the same bullishness? You got to understand, yesterday was amazing because we had several days of consolidation. I actually made a YouTube video about it, but I'm not going to lie, guys. My eyes look so stoned in the video. I looked back afterwards. I wasn't even high. I had just swam in the ocean. And I looked so stoned after I made the video, I didn't even post the video. I literally didn't post the YouTube. I made a video about yesterday's trade. I looked back at it. I was like, I think these people are just going to think I'm look crazy. I'll post it tonight. As long as, can we make a handshake agreement, guys? Handshake agreement. Handshake agreement. You're not going to judge me for looking stoned in that video, right? All right, then we good, baby. We good. I'll post that video up. All right. I was like, dog, it was a great review video, but I look pretty high. So yesterday was really great just in terms of us having the back-to-back consolidation bars, right? And then a clean trend today. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying that we have to range today, but it wouldn't shock me if the market ranged a little bit today, right? So I'm not as overtly bullish as I was yesterday, and I'm a little bit more protective today, right? I'm waiting for my big withdrawal from yesterday to hit, to be totally honest. I refuse to take any entry before that hits. Let me see if that's hit yet. I'm just kidding. I don't care. You guys, I guess you can walk up and see it. It's not hit yet. All right. So I got to wait because I'm withdrawing a massive amount of money and I refuse to take any trades before that withdraw's hit. My initial instinct, right? And I think this is really key, my friends. This is really key. Let's look at this QQQ daily chart. Again, it's just a good way to see NQ with no extended hours. Given this QQQ daily chart, and let me zoom in on it so it's very clear for everyone. Given this QQQ daily chart, I'm bullish in general, right? But I'm aware that we just had a breakout yesterday. We could end up ranging today, right? And so if I know that, I now need to create some scenarios in which we could possibly see that range action, right? So my first gut when I look at this chart says, we have a level down here that's been tested basically 3 times in the overnight session. We're knocking, we keep knocking at that door. I wonder, do we go back down and retest that low? I think possibly. I think that's on the cards for today. I think that we could possibly retest this 26,881 area. And if you look at the daily chart, so if I'm first, it's so funny how I start on the daily chart, then I go down to the smaller time frames. Now I'm going back to the daily chart. That wouldn't be crazy to me. Twenty-six 881s is just like these previous highs. That's all it is. Would that retest make sense? I think so. So that's part of the first thing I'm watching for today. Is if we do get a range day, can we retest that low? Now, you might be thinking, Jake, you're considering shorts? We're at all-time highs. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's a valid question, right? When I'm expecting a range is the only time I will consider shorts at all times, but it has to be take notes on everything, my friends. If targeting shorts at all time has to be scalp / shorter time frame trade. Makes sense. Risk must be small. You must have the long plan. Because look, guys, the biggest risk, think about this for a second. Think about this. I'm about to drop a logic bomb on you motherfuckers. A logic bomb. Probably one of the most important things that I've ever said. I mean this at the bottom of my heart. If I am considering taking a short here today on the NQ, what is the biggest risk about that? What is the biggest risk about considering and taking a short on this chart right now? I want some answers. You guys tell me. What is the biggest risk about me considering / trying a short here? Continue to go higher, counter trend in an uptrend, going against trend. That's a risk. You guys are not wrong. You're not wrong, but you're kind of wrong. If I'm considering a short, the biggest risk, hands down, is opportunity cost, guys. Opportunity cost. Okay? We're at all-time highs. You know what the thing that has sucked? Think about this. Yes, is missing the long. The biggest risk to trying any shorts over the past 4 weeks has not been losing one trade. Who gives a shit if you lose one trade? Okay, we judge our trading careers off of thousands of trades, not one trade. No one gives a shit if you lose one trade. But if you're considering shorts, okay, the real risk is that there is a potential that you might miss a really easy and obvious long, right? So the reason I'm harping on this at all is because I actually am considering shorts today. I'm not a bear. I'm not bearish. I'm just looking at this overnight price chart. I'm seeing us sort of hanging down at these lows. And I think that that could be, I see the case. I see the case that we could potentially move down here and we could short, right? However, the biggest opportunity cost would be potentially missing a long into all-time high, right? So if I'm going to consider the short, one of the first things that I have to do, right, is also plan out my long. If X happens, then Y, right? And in my head, what's the long change, right? What's the long change? Who sees the long? What I'm asking audience another question here because there's something about what's inside this little area right here that I talk about a lot. And I'm curious if anyone's seeing it. What's the potential bullish case that we're going to see? William Scabera 3792. No, you're totally misinterpreting what I mean when I say quote unquote play God. That's talking about trying to exit a long, immediately enter a short. You're going off. Get off the distraction path. No one's answered correctly yet. I'm waiting for people to answer question that I'm asked. Look at this pre. Look at this pre line. Inside bar is not right. What is the daily setup that I could potentially be seeing depending on where we open? I'm a little bummed, guys. I'm a little bummed that none of my day ones are recognizing this, guys. All right, I'm gonna need you guys to. I just want some of you to just please type yes in the chat if you recognize what I'm about to type after doing it. Come on. This doesn't, is this, if that doesn't ring a bell with some of you guys, I'm quitting. I'm leaving. Look at it. Look at it on the screen. Ah, yes, right? Ah. Small gap down on a trend bar. All right? If we have a trending candle in a small gap, right? In a small gap down, meaning we might open near that orange line. That is a long case, right? That is a long situation, right? So right now, guys, I'm weighing the different scenarios in my head. All right. I'm weighing the potential that we could retest this low. And I'm creating a trading plan in order to potentially do that. Right? Now, one of the things I just said is I also, if I'm going to be considering shorts at all-time highs, I must plan out the potential long as well. That way I don't have the opportunity cost of missing a really easy trade. So For me, the long today is simple. If I'm going long today, ideally, I want us above yesterday's high. All right. And you might be thinking, Jake, that's not usually your style. That's not the best risk to reward, blah, blah, blah. That's okay. I'm preparing myself for the event that we get an all-time high trend day, and I'm creating a plan just in case we get that trend above there, right? I'm not worried about capturing a perfect long trade today or nailing the best risk to reward because truthfully, I feel like I got that move yesterday. I feel like I got the move I wanted yesterday. And now the only thing I'm doing is making sure that if we get a massive move, I have a plan to participate in it. If we get another all-time high trend day, I have a plan to participate in it. It's not my favorite plan. I'm not the type of dude that usually likes to wait for us to rally 130 points for us to be considering a long. All right. But for right now, that is my initial plan, or some sort of opening print pullback. That's going to be a lot trickier, and I'm going to be a lot more disciplined on that, right? Let's say that we open, we push, and then we pull back and we consolidate at the open. And the open is there. I'm open-minded to an OPP, an opening print pullback, something off the opening print, wherever it is. I'm open to it. And that's how I'm mentally preparing myself for a potential long in here. Right? I'm also willing to take a short into this low if we can get something under the opening print. You might be thinking, Jake, you sound like you don't know what the fuck you want to do. Bro, look at the date. Like, what? I think this could go either way. I think that we're either going to get a continuation from the small gap down on a trend bar, in which that case I've prepared for the long, or the truth is we could have a range day. In a range day, I would be looking for some sort of pullback, and on the NQ, that means a potential short into this overnight low. All right. Guys, I love you. I'm seeing a ton of questions in the chat right now that I love you guys. I'm not going to stop my analysis and stop what I'm doing to answer questions about stuff that I don't do. So I love you all. My best advice to enjoy the streams is to not want this to be personalized mentoring sessions and to sit back and enjoy the constant value and listen to what I'm saying rather than aim to make this a personalized mentoring session, right? Yeah, if you listen to the last 20 minutes of what I ranted, there's more educational value in that than any one particular question I could answer about something that I don't use. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking for the NQ today. ES is a bit stronger. ES is a bit stronger. Still kind of in this bullshit chop range. Get this back on. Oh my gosh, guys, take a deep breath. Chat, I love you, bros. Take a deep breath, guys. Take a deep breath. We are freaking out in the chat. All the while, I'm just trying to perform some analysis. Holy shit. Good morning, my friends. By the way, everybody, welcome to Project 365. We are so glad to have you. My name is Jake Ricci. I am your founder, your host. You might know me as Rake Trades. I am merely one vehicle on the Rake Trades network. I'm taking the biggest risk of my life. I have hired 4 other co-hosts. We run 5 total shows up to 10 hours a day on the Rake Trades network. We hope you've been enjoying the streams. We hope you've been enjoying everything. You can be on these streams and watch me do everything that I do from A to Z and enjoy it all for free. My one request is please don't have the expectation that this is a personalized mentoring session and that I am supposed to be answering every single question that you have in the chat. Because if that's your expectation of a free YouTube stream, I love you, I'm going to let you down. And I don't want to let you down. I want you to have the best time ever because these are the best streams ever. So upon looking at ES, I'm not going to lie, guys. ES is looking a bit more bullish to me than the NQ. The NQ looks good too, but is it time for ES to try and catch up with this NQ move? I'm intrigued. I think no matter what today, I'm going to have a lot of patience within the first 30 minutes or so. Let's see. I haven't traded gold much the last few weeks. Guys, I think we need to have an honest conversation, my friends. We've got to have an honest conversation, all right? About 3 months ago, I started yelling at everybody. And I said, stop trading. I said when gold was moving like this, when gold was moving up and parabolic like this, I made so many YouTube videos basically saying, I have no idea why any of you aren't trading gold. This is so easy. It's just going straight up, right? And at the time, people were instead trading this. I love you. That's the definition of insanity. Trading these bullshit ranges. You know how many people refused to stop looking at gold and would only look at the Nasdaq when the Nasdaq was in this range? The Nasdaq was doing that while gold was doing that. And I'm out here begging people. I'm begging. I'm saying, guys, just look at gold. It is so much easier. Right? I'm pretty sure that at least in my head, temporarily, that has flip-flopped. Gold, the last few weeks, there's still opportunities. Gold is volatile enough, guys, because of gold's overall volatility, right? It's moving 60 points in a session. You can find a trade within 60 points. Because of the range, the size of the range, you can still find good trades in here, right? That being said, this daily chart is kind of bullshit. It's kind of bullshit, bro. So now I think that we have flipped again, right? We have flipped again. And the Nasdaq looks way more fun to trade. If you're like, Jake, why have you been trading the Nasdaq the last few weeks? Well, because it looks way more fun now. I like to trade what's in a trend. When it's in a range like this, I like to stay away. Stay away. Oh man, guys, I'm seeing something in the chat that Apex does not allow gold. While I don't hate Apex, and I see why someone would want to use them, I will just say, guys, check out Tradeify. I'm putting a link in the description here today. Tradeify, one of our longest term partners, just introduced the ability to bulk buy accounts. And guess what? You can trade gold on Tradeify. Not saying you should, because truthfully today, I'm not really interested in gold. But if you're interested if you're interested in checking out a new firm, one of our favorites is Tradeify, long-term partners. They just introduced this new bundle feature. So as a matter of fact, I think I'm 1 day away. Dude, my withdrawal from Tradeivate still has not hit, so that is buns. I gotta wait for my withdrawal to hit. I'm not trading my Tradeivate account until my withdrawal from yesterday hits. Let me log in. Don't worry, I won't stay on the black screen again like last time. Let me log into my Tradeify accounts. Because as a matter of fact, I got a little work to do. Yeah, guys, so here's the thing. No prop firm is banning gold because of too much volatility. They are banning gold because of windfall risk. All right? Here's a little insight into how prop firms work. If you're trading on a firm that has not limited gold, like let's take a look at Tradeify or Lucid, right? Or Take Profit Trader. 3 firms I know, I love, I've worked with for years, and they all allow to trade gold. Why? Why are they allowing you to trade gold, but Apex and Top Step aren't? Payout caps. It's what's called windfall risk. If you're which it doesn't really make sense now, because now all-time highs is trading my funded futures as well, because my funded futures has the pro account where you can run up 100K balance. Basically, the firms that have limited gold, it's not because they're doing anything wrong or they're assholes or anything like that. It's because they have payout cap. Apex has a payout cap, but it's like you can run it up to like hundreds of thousands, 100K or something like that, right? Like you can build a really large balance on Apex. Lucid and Tradeify, you can't even build. They have risk restrictions in place that prevent against that windfall, right? That's why some of these firms have banned gold. It doesn't make much sense anymore because gold hasn't really even been fun to trade the past few years. Same with Top Step. Top Step doesn't want you running up a big bag on gold. That's just the truth about it. I prefer a bunch of other firms over Top Step personally. But if you are using Top Step as a firm that you are scaling with, right? Like you want to add more prop accounts in general, of course, they're a very valid firm. You'll never hear me talking, saying that they're unusable or anything like that just because we're not partnered with them. They're still a valid firm for sure. For sure. Oh my gosh. Good morning, people. 420 viewers. Should we do one in honor of that? No, I'm just kidding. It's pre-market. We don't do that pre-market. All right? We stay focused over here. We stay dialed over here, all right? Good morning, my friends, and welcome back to Project 365. We are super excited to have you. For those of you who don't know, my name is Jake Ricci, Rake Trades. I'm our founder. I am live every single day on YouTube for the New York session. I start my streams around 8 to 8:15 Eastern time. I really get cranking around 8:30. And it's not just me. We have 4 other stream hosts. We are live for up to 10 hours a day on YouTube. Basically, if you flip a coin and it lands heads or tails, about a 50% chance that somebody is live on my YouTube providing free value and education. We are very grateful for the support from you guys. Please do me a favor, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It just helps us grow. My sentiment has changed. I'm a bit more bullish than bearish now because I think that the ES wants to go get. I think the ES still has these untested overnight highs. And I'm thinking that that is a really valid target. I'm thinking that's a really valid target. And I'm thinking that the daily chart has that failure to go lower. I don't know if that goes green, though. I don't know. I'm coming into today truly open-minded to doing either thing, my friends. Okay? I am not biased today. My size is going to be a little bit smaller. Yesterday, I came into the day extremely confident in what the market was going to do. I don't have that same level of confidence today, and I don't think that you have to. I think every day is a little bit different. I trade very basic price action strategies. I use a very specific level system. I like to long lower highs, long higher lows, short lower highs, trade with the trend. Nothing super complicated. I encourage you to watch back the streams, maybe check out my YouTube channel and some videos on there, and you'll have a really clear understanding of how I trade. It's a very simplistic strategy, but the good news is the market is also about to open in about 25 minutes, and you'll be able to see me do everything. I execute on screen. When you guys see me press buy and sell, you get to watch me do it on the screen. I do it on the screen. I don't just show a trading view chart and then afterwards be like, I was in. You will see me press buy. You'll see me press sell. Unless I'm trying to make like $50,000 and you guys won't shut up and stop bugging me, then sometimes I will turn it off so that I can focus on making a bunch of money, which I think is fair. Good morning, my friends. I hope everybody is doing well. Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. You know how I feel today? You know how I feel today? I really don't know, bro. I really don't know, because you can make the case that ES is so bullish overall that it doesn't really make sense to look for shorts, right? If this daily chart is so bullish that it definitely makes more sense for me to look for longs, right? However, we have some overnight action. Big wicks like that, they like to act as targets, guys. Right at a level, I could see us going and retesting that low, right? So truly, at the bottom of my heart, I'm not as confident today as I was yesterday or the previous days before, right? So for me today, I'm open-minded. We'll see what we can get. But I'm not gonna force nothing because I don't feel great. If you were guys, if you were one of my long-term students and you wrote me a fucking thesis paper, your graduate level thesis paper about why we were gonna move higher today, I'd be like, okay, I see that. That makes sense. If you were to be a graduate level student, write me a thesis on why we were gonna go test that overnight low, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense too. You see what I'm saying? Both sides. I see the case for both sides today, which means for me, probably going to sit back and chill for a little bit. I don't feel like I have the greatest edge of what's going to happen. All right. And this is not the way I normally I come into a day and I'm like, this is what I'm looking for. I don't know if I see that today. I see a lot of range. I see a clean daily chart, but I see a lot of overnight range. I'm pretty mixed over here. So I'm gonna be patient like that. I saw a question about me trading oil. I don't personally trade oil very often. I have absolutely nothing against it. I mostly trade the Nasdaq and gold and the ES and the YN, the indices and gold, really. Woo! Good morning, my friends. Welcome back again. I am Jake Ricci, your host of Project 365. I am live every single day on YouTube for New York sessions. I highly, highly recommend to go back and watch some of the previous streams. we have the best audience in the world, the best streams in the world. I feel extremely confident that we are the best streams in the entire trading space. So if this is your first time here, we are super glad to have you, and let's crush it today. I have no idea. Play that Mac Miller, bro. I gotta wait exactly 15 minutes. Dude, you know we play the song at 9:25. You know we play the song at 9:25. All right. Good morning, my friends. Good morning, my friends. Let me see. Would someone have something? Wait. What am I seeing? Something. I go to war for my people if something bad happens to them. No, I didn't see. Somebody have something bad with Lucid? I've never heard one single complaint with Lucid. If something bad happens. Oh, it's restricted countries list. Yeah. That unfortunately I have no control over. But yeah, guys, if you have issues with prop firms that I recommend, I want you to come to me, and let me know. A couple of weeks ago, I had a DM from somebody who they said, are you working with Tradeify? They were really mad at something Tradeify did. I had a little conversation with them. I reached out to my guy at Tradeify. He messaged me about a week ago, and he was like, dude, I appreciate you. We got it sorted. Thank you so much. I'm not saying that I can solve all problems, and I'm not saying that anytime I'm involved, they'll fix something. If it's something that was really on you, but that being said, guys, I'm a partner to them, but I'm also a partner to you. If something happens, I'm an advocate for you. I'm always willing to go to the companies I work with and say, hey guys, what happened here? And if you're not giving an explanation to them, why aren't you giving an explanation to me? I'm always willing to have you guys' back. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that I'll solve shit, but I'll go to war and I'll shoot my shot and I'll try. I'll always give it a fair shot. So, good morning, guys. Please excuse me. I have literally no water and I am very thirsty. So if you could just give me 1 second to go run and grab a glass of water, that would be super helpful. Oh, we're back. Sorry, just had to grab a quick glass of water, trying to stay hydrated. Good morning, my friends. Do me a favor, everybody. If we could hit that like and subscribe button, we're super grateful. Yes, we did hit 30,000 subscribers yesterday, which I'm incredibly grateful. Because we hit 30,000 subscribers, all of the other stream hosts were able to do a giveaway yesterday, and they all gave away a Tradeify 50K growth account. Guys, I hope you know these prop firms, with the exception of a couple of Lucid accounts that they have given me, these prop firms do not give me accounts to give away. I either use the partner checks that I get, or multiple times I have sent a wire from my own bank account to buy massive amounts of giveaway accounts. And you can ask Tradeify, you can ask E8, you can ask Alpha, ask any of these people. I pay for these with my own money. I don't get much of a discount, guys. I literally do not get much of a discount, is the only math I will tell you. I can't say, I don't get much of a discount. When we're giving away 4 to 5 accounts a day, 5 a day equals 25 a week, equals 100 a month. I love you. That's straight out of my pocket. And I do not get much of a discount. Math is not hard to do there. I don't get much of a discount. The 50K growth accounts are great. I love you guys. I'm begging you, please, please, please get payouts on those accounts. Otherwise, we are just giving money back to the prop firms. We are just giving money back to them. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So, good morning, my friends. We've got about 15 minutes till the market opens today. This is really the way that I feel. I don't know shit about fuck. I am very mixed on the markets today. We're at all-time highs. So my gut says rock with the all-time high trade, go for the longs. We also have some very obvious data lows that I think we could go take out. So I am truly open-minded to trading this in either direction today. I think it's going to be key for me to wait about 10 or so minutes before I take a trade, so I'm going to try to be a little bit patient there on it, because I don't feel super confident today. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't feel we're really in a range. I don't know how many. This is the range, this is objectively a range. I don't know. So I'm going to be trading small, trading light today. I have as soon as my withdrawal hits on my personal account, I'm willing to trade that as well. Yeah, one thing I'll just say, guys, part of the reason I love streaming, I love doing this so much is really fun for me. I have such a great time. There's only a few things that make it not fun. One of those is just constant scrutiny about like microscopic staring at the account I'm trading, or is it an eval, or is it a funded, or is it that? I'll always be honest and transparent with you guys. I think that much is very clear if you go back and watch all the rest of the streams. When it's not fun for me is when I'm under a microscope and people are firing questions about every detail of every trade, of every yada yada. And YouTube has the cool feature that I just block those people. I don't see their comments anymore. You guys can gain so much insight and value from watching these. Try not to obsess about, oh my God, what was the exact entry tick here? What was the exact contract there? That's his Tradeify funded. That's his personal. Oh, he used 5. It's just take a deep breath. All the streams are posted. They're all live. You can go back and watch everything. When this becomes a interrogation or that's when it becomes not fun. When it's an interrogation or under a microscope. And I want it to be fun, guys. That's how we make this sustainable in life. Oh man, I continue to look at this chart more and more, wondering if I'm going to get more of a sign that I should enter in one way or the other. I can't see it, man. I can't see it. All right, good morning, my friends. I hope everybody is doing well. I am trading my personal account today, as well as some Tradeify 50K growth. Select evals. I like the growth. Today I'm trading the selects because I just bought a pack of the select. Tradeify will now let you buy in bulk, so you can buy 5 accounts at once, which I thought was cool. So I did that. I did that. No, you don't have Black Dogs, don't worry. I did that. And I chose the select accounts today, or yesterday, no, 2 days ago. I bought 5 select accounts, so I'm trading those. This one, I am at 51,600 over 2 days. So I need to make another 1,400 per account to pass these. So I'm open-minded to trading those today. Again, I'm waiting my personal account. The last time, usually Tradeify doesn't process withdrawals until like 5 minutes before market open, which I actually don't mind because now I for sure won't trade until that withdrawal is hit. For those of you who weren't on the stream yesterday, I had my biggest day of the year yesterday. I made about $47,000, which was fantastic. I am withdrawing all of that and more so that I only am leaving myself about $8,000 in there. And I plan to trade pretty small today because I don't want to take a bunch of risks. Yeah. My friends. Oh, all right, guys, real quick. We are at 30,250 subscribers. That's how many subscribers we're at. Okay? For giveaways to resume with my other co-hosts, we need 30,500 subscribers. We need 250 more subscribers, and then giveaways can resume with my co-hosts. Every time I do a giveaway, I shit you guys not, my mom and dad watch these streams. And my mom gives me some shit. And my mom messaged me like the other week, and she was like, dude, until you hit 30K subscribers, you can't be running these giveaways. You're not even, these people aren't showing you the love. And I was like, okay. So we hit 30K subscribers. And then last night, my dad called me. And we were talking, and I swear to God, this came out of nowhere, but he's like, dude, 30K is kind of a bitch number. Like, you tell me you stuck at 30K? Like, you really can't even get to 31,000? That's some bitch work, Jake. And I was like, Dad, what the hell? It's your own people, man. You never think of it. My dad was out there just making me feel like shit. So guys, if you could do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. We gotta get to 30,500 before we resume these giveaways. All right, we've got to. Otherwise, my dad just keeps calling me a bitch. And that's not fun, guys. It's not fun when your dad calls you a bitch, man. I mean, he's really cutting deep. We're best friends. And he's out here slandering my name because I can't get more YouTube subscribers. I'm like, dog, I'm trying, Dad. I'm trying. And he looked at me dead in the eye. Dead in the eye, he goes, try harder. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. And to cap it off, he walked away. He said, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. He's not mad. He's just disappointed. So guys, please like the stream, subscribe. We are super grateful to have you. We are live on YouTube for 10 hours a day, up to 6 days a week. You name it, we're probably live. So, all right, my friends, we've got about 8 minutes till market open here. This looks like up on the 15-minute structure. We've got some obvious lows down here that we could go target. That being said, this 15-minute chart looks like up. It just does. Same with this one. Ugh. Hello? Sí, es de mí. Muchas gracias. Lo siento, sí, yo vivo en Puerto Rico, en sí, yo hablo español toda mi vida, yo tomo clases de español toda mi vida. En el elementario, en el colegio, en la universidad, yo tomo clases de español. Y sí, yo hablo español. Es difícil para entender, porque toda la gente en Puerto Rico especialidad, en Puerto Rico toda la gente habla muy rápido, muy rápido. Es difícil para yo entender, pero yo hablo más que yo entiendo. Y sí, yo hablo español. You guys didn't think I could do that, did you? You guys didn't think I could do that? All right, my friends, good morning. I feel bad, guys. Usually I'm more like, all right, everybody, let's focus in. I know exactly what I'm going to do on these charts. I'm waiting for the exact trigger, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what I want to do today. I really think that this could go either way. So I'm a little bit more waiting to see what we get and waiting to see where we yeah, dude, I don't know. We got to wait and see. I got no fucking clue. But I think it's song time, my friends. Would you guys agree? Would you guys agree that it's song time? I think it's song time. I think it's song time. Guys, for those of you who are new here, we have a tradition here at the Rake Trades Network. Every day, 5 minutes before the market open, we listen to one song, and it's very intentional. And I give the same speech. And I'm sorry if you're tired of hearing me give this speech, but this is meant to make you a better trader. Every day we listen to this song, and I look at this little kid, and I see how fucking happy this dude is, bro. Look how happy he is. Not worried about cars, money, fame, girls, anything. He's happy. He's dancing around with his parents. He's with family, and he's happy. And that reminds me that, guys, trading is not life or death, all right? Whatever happens today is not going to define you as a human being, all right? So don't let it. It can feel like life or death. I know it can. I know how intense trading can feel. Remind yourself, it's not life or death. It's a job. And it's one day of a job that you hope to be doing for many years, right? So this song reminds me of that. But the title of this song also inherently reminds me of the other side of that coin. I am in control of my own fate. Every single day, what happens to me is as a result of what I do, and I have the ability to make today the best day ever. So I like to listen to this song every day before market open to remind ourselves, one, it's not life or death, my friends, but it's on us to make today the best day ever. Sit back, enjoy, and let's get ready to trade these markets, baby.
Making musical creation, a journey that I'm facing, plus the paper that I'm chasing got me crazy after saying with the lames I see you hating, but there's nothing that you changing. Thumbs up, I'm maintaining, no complaining when it's raining. I'll be in another zone, move out my mother's home to a world to call my own. I ain't gonna play around no more, find a difference from the ground and the floor. If we gotta fight, I'll be down for the war. Thumbs up, homie, I'll be sure. No matter where life takes me, find me with a smile, pursuit to be happy, don't be laughing like a child. I never thought life would be this sweet, it got me cheesing from cheek to cheek, and I can't wait for nothing.
Good morning, my friends, and welcome to the stream with our pre-market ritual song here to get us in the right mindset. You will never be as happy as you were when you were a little kid just hanging with your friends, guys. That. We are not chasing the money, the cars, the fame, nothing. We're chasing that little fucking smile right there. That smile right there. And I'm so grateful for day trading, man. It saved my life because I hated everything else I've ever did. I never had fun. I used to have to feel like I needed to skip. I needed to fast forward through days. I'd be at work and all I'd want to do is fast forward. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Day trading saved my life because it allows me to wake up every day and feel like that little kid and pursue something that I absolutely love. And it's gorgeous, man. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. All right, my friends. Good morning to the stream. Let's get a little. We do get a little copyright-free music mixed back in there. Let's get that started for the day. All right, my friends. Good morning. Let me turn this down. All right, guys, let's lock in. Market opens in 42 seconds. Lock in. Everybody, deep breaths. I will not tilt. I will not over leverage. I will not over trade. All right. Good morning, my friends. Let's lock in. Let's absolutely crush this. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Lock in. All right, markets are open in the 15-minute. Has broken out of a double inside bar and is trying to go higher. I didn't want to take a trade at the open, so I'm not going to. Let go the stars. And not that many, 'cause you're the only one. Let's see what we can get, my friends. So far, the ES is holding its strength. Seeing a little weakness out of the NQ. So far, let me pull up the dual screens here. Some strength in the ES while NQ is testing lower levels. Man, I didn't want to take an early morning entry today, but they might force us into one. I really like ES, but I would really prefer not to go long within the first few minutes of the day. I just don't think I had a clear enough picture of it. But ES into these untested overnight highs, I think at some point we'll get there. And this is a nice 15-minute inside bar break. I can't long within the first 2 minutes of the day. Wasn't part of my plan, no matter what it looked like. So I'm gonna be patient. I don't want to get caught in a failure. Reminder, I enter my trades on the screen. So if I trade anything, you will see me press buy. You will see me press sell. Us when the landlord dissed us, Good morning, my friends. Welcome back to Project 365. I am live every single day on YouTube for the New York session, as well as my 4 other co-hosts are live throughout the day. 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Eastern, and 7 a.m. Eastern on Tuesday, Thursdays. Man, what a lineup we have, truly, my friends. All right, so we have the NQ pushing down and testing its lower levels while the ES is getting some strength and some buying. It's hard not to want to try that NQ. Am I logged into my personal here or the Tradeifys? I think I'm logged into my Tradeifys. Yeah, these are my Tradeify accounts right now. My personal account withdrawal has still not hit. I don't know what the fuck Tradeavate's doing, but that's kind of annoying, to be totally honest. No rush. No rush, no rush, no rush. I'm intrigued, though, that the ES is pushing up but not really going anywhere. And the NQ has not been able to get any traction to the upside. just holding the lower levels for now, but these spikes are not holding. The market not really proven its strength to me yet. If I was to want longs, I don't think that this is the type of action I'd want. People have been mentioning car. I'm just so curious if this thing is still alive. Sorry, let me get that balanced out a little bit. All right, this is some strength in the NQ here. The 5-minute is breaking above. So we have a 5-minute potential higher low triggered in the NQ. This would be the entry, though. That's not my type of trade, personally. This could work. It's not my type of trade. Not interested. I'll let that go. Let that go ahead and go without me. All I want to do is boom, 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 and I'm boom. Wow, car. Ooh. Yeah, that's how parabolic runs usually end. Math adds up there. The YM went lower first, but is now getting back above the opening print. The NQ tested its lower levels and is now holding. Guys, this is early signs of bullishness in that we want to head towards those highs. A little bit hard for me to find the long that I want right now. I'm going to be patient. Welcome back to the stream, my friends. Good morning. Sometimes I'm not able to check the chat as much as I like in the early mornings. My name is Jake Ricci. I'm super glad to have you all here. Rake Trades. I am your founder of Project 365, where I'm live on YouTube for 6 days a week for the next year. Not just myself. I have a team of co-hosts. No matter what time zone you are, no matter what your work schedule is, we have someone live on YouTube that can provide free value to you all. And I am super excited about it. Thank you so much for being here. I am staring at this chart, debating whether or not I want to take an entry. I don't know if I'm going to. I'm very locked in right now. We got data in 7 minutes. All right, then let's just wait. I'm just gonna wait for that. I don't feel the need to rush in before the data. I just don't think we need to rush today. I also don't think any of this looks that good. It's kind of like I'm staring at a. I'm in the bar staring at, you know, real like a not attractive suitor, you know? And I'm like obsessing over what I should do, when in reality, I probably shouldn't do anything. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? That was probably a little bit more crude. That's okay. getting a little action in here. Good morning, my friends. Thank you so much for being on the stream. I am here stalking, looking for an entry, seeing if I want to go long or not. I have not decided yet. Up. Guys. Fucking hey, it's about time. You can't see that. Trade of 8. Can you see that? You can't see that. My withdrawal has been processed. Thank God, dude. All right, BRB, let me log into that live account. Bro, it took them like 6 years. All right. We are back with an $8,000 balance. $8,000 is my drawdown of what I'm willing to risk today. Got to keep the sizing pretty small because that does not allow me to get any decent. That does not allow me to have giant position sizes and stuff. So let's see what we can get today, my friends. Good morning. Thank you all so much for watching the stream. That first entry of the day on the NQ looks like I'm okay skipping that, you know. Definitely a little FOMO now, but I still feel pretty good skipping it. It just wasn't my style. Because it would have been something like this. That's just not my type of trade usually. If you target it higher, I would be more okay with that. We've got data in about 4 minutes, my friends, so I'm happy to wait off in the sidelines until the data has hit. If the NQ really gets cooking today, up to yesterday's high at 135 is a valid thought process. I don't want to say it, but I will float it if we happen to get underneath the open again. I'm not ruling out a retest of these lows. I am getting my pool cleaned. You guys saw that before I saw it. That's actually kind of nice. I don't pay for the pool cleaners. The house owner does. I assume when I buy the house, though, I'll probably have to start paying for them. What a killer business that must be. Just steady recurring revenue. Any of you guys have a cool business like that where it's like a service-based business where you just got repeat? I mean, you got to think about it. Those guys must be making bank, bro. They probably do every house in the neighborhood. Barbershop, hell yeah. Residential repaints for HOA, hell yeah. That's good business. You guys are smart, man. Yeah, guys, we got 3 minutes till data. I'm waiting for the data to hit before I take a trade. I missed the long earlier, so I'm just kind of being patient. Oh, yeah. Guys, one of the very first things I ever did to make money was I was a basketball coach. I would do one-on-one lessons with younger kids, and that money is great. Great money in there. I was making like $40 an hour, you know, from a mom who just wanted her son to be better at basketball. I was like, yeah, I'll take your 40 an hour. Fuck yeah. 17-year-old Jake, yeah. And you better bet that kid got the best lessons of his life. This looks very bullish. I am very bullish the RTY. I was a high school basketball player. Unfortunately, it was sophomore year when I realized that my athleticism was never going to keep up with my dreams. I'm just not a very athletic person. And so after my freshman year, I decided to start coaching instead of playing and make a bunch of money coaching. I started coaching AAU teams, the kids 1 year below me. So I was a senior coaching the juniors in their off season, which was kind of cool. And I was getting paid a lot for it. Yeah. All right, my friends, 1 minute till the data here. Let's see. Oh no, the data's out now. Sorry, the data's out now. Absolutely not. The camera covers my list. And truthfully, I would have no problem making the camera and the chart half and half in size. I love you guys. My steak too juicy. My lobster too buttery. Let's not look for situations like that. My steak too buttery. My lobster too juicy. Wow, for the first time since moving to YouTube, we have over 1,000 concurrent viewers. Guys, I'm so grateful for you on that. I will be running a giveaway at the end of today's stream as a shout out for 1,000 concurrent viewers. If you want my other co-host to run giveaways, guys, we need 230 more subscribers. My other co-hosts are not running giveaways till we hit 30,500 subscribers. My other co-hosts are not running giveaways till we hit that. Gotta subscribe. If you want the other co-host to be able to run a giveaway, you gotta subscribe, baby. We gotta get that up. My dad's out here calling me a little bitch. Good morning, my friends. All right, so the news came out, and so far it's just been straight up. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have no FOMO personally. Don't tell Alan. He's still giving them away. No, he's not, my friend. Those codes come from me. I'm the one who purchases all of the giveaway codes. They come out of my pocket directly. And yeah, I can't emphasize that enough, guys. These prop firm giveaways are straight out of Jake's pocket. I have no FOMO missing the long. Today was not a day where I was willing to long. I was not a day where I was willing to long 2 minutes into the day, and that's really the only entry we got. And so far, I haven't seen anything else to do. I'm trying to see if I... Just don't think I'm going to be willing to chase this one today. A little bit sad because this was a scenario I was really considering, especially in the ES. But a wise woman once said, you cannot always get what you want, my friends. Where's that? What do we do? What is it? Quote? Quote. There we go. I bought the tip. Oh, shit. What's the other quote? How do we get... That's quote 2. Oh, my friends. Sorry, I'm clicking around in the chat, and it's taking over my. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So if I click one of your names, if I click one of your names, it takes me to your profile. Sorry, 3 of you just got featured on my streams. In Puerto Rico, no, I own. Are you saying that I need a haircut, bro? You saying that I got some? Are you saying that you don't like my hair? No, there's barbers here. I have barber is a personal position, though. You know, like once you find a good barber, you really don't want to fuck with that. So my barber is in New York. I would love to try a new barber out here, but I love my New York barber. And this bird you cannot change. All right, guys, give me 1 second before I answer all these questions, just because I'm stalking this chart right now, wondering if we're going to get a failure here. That's exactly what I wanted to short, and I'm still debating doing it. Let's see. I'm trying it. Win, lose, or draw, baby. I think that there's a chance that it might work. And I'm risking like $1,400 on it. No, sorry, more than that. I would like to see if we could get down. I'd like to see if we fail this little spike here, fail these levels, and can get down into that overnight low. It's a pretty ambitious try, and I'm only willing to try once because we're at all-time highs, and I don't want the opportunity cost. I'm open. I'm willing. I'm taking a shot. Probably is going to eat a stop based off this initial action, but... let's see how she goes. This is a FTR range style trade. I'm looking for us to fail the upper end of the range and trade back into the lower end of the range. That is the style of trade I am looking for here. Guys, I'm putting the song on. It's really early, of course, but I'm putting the song on. Maybe this will push this trade in our favor. I love you guys so much. I'm very grateful for every single one of you watching. Very grateful for every single one of you out there. I just love you at the bottom of my heart. Guys, I'm having an argument with ChatGPT right now. I'm having an argument with ChatGPT. And I'm kind of, dude, this is pretty bad. My risk is like 10 points on 5 contracts. Okay, if 10 points equals $500, okay, that means that it'd be $2,500 of risk. I can do that math, no fucking problem. Here's the thing. I don't like math. I'm not good at math. So this is the first time I've ever done this. But for the first time in history, I threw a screenshot into ChatGPT and I was like, how much am I risking? Just give me the exact amount. I'm lazy. I don't want to do the math right now. ChatGPT's a fucking idiot. God, you're dumb, bro. I corrected it like 4 times. And it's like, dude, this is ChatGPT is a fucking idiot. That's who's coming for our jobs? I gave it like 5 chances, dude. I was like, try again. That was bad. Dude, what an idiot. I don't need, I agree. I use Claude too. Claude is better for basically everything. I didn't think one would need to be better than the other for doing a super basic calculation. Like, I could have done this math. I was just listening to a song, reading the chat. Like, I just figured that chat would do it for me real fucking quick. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right, let me get this. See what the NQ is doing. Oh man, I should have shorted the NQ. That's a bummer. Look at how much more the NQ is fading. Oh, that really is a bummer, man. My short is going okay, but I mean, the NQ made the exact, oh my gosh, that's frustrating. Hopefully the ES can play catch up here. Okay, Born Slippy is the song. Clumsy is my song. All right, guys, ES is pulling into the opening print here. I am keeping an eye on whether or not I should close this trade. Oh, guys, clumsy cause I'm falling in love, in love. NQ is seeing a bit more weakness than the ES here. I do wish that I had taken my shot in the NQ, but that's all right. That's all right. We really want to see the ES crack these levels. I agree with Oscar. My friends, do me a favor. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. This is Project 365. We are live on YouTube 6 days a week. We have stream hosts for every single time zone that you could possibly imagine. We are here to change the world. If you have a chance to click that like, click that subscribe, we are super grateful for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, we want ES to stay below this 52 mark. This is the exact spot that we want us to lose. I do not want us to hold the opening print. If you remember, one of the few things that I was open-minded to doing this morning was longing an opening print pullback, in OPP. So because of that, I'm naturally a little bit like on edge here, because this is what I was going to look for a long as well. If I want a short, this is the only way to fucking give it a shot, is to let it try. But the reason I'm now leaned up in my chair and I'm considering exiting is because I wanted the OPP to long. You know, so if I wanted it to long, I have to be willing to accept that this might be the low. I don't like that action. I don't like that action. I expect a bounce at the level and at the opening print. I'm holding with my thesis right now of aiming for that overnight low. I'm ready to change if the market tells me I need to change. I have my finger on the flatten button. That is a strong 5-minute bar from the ES. Guys, I'm not interested in 1R or 2R. I am aiming for fucking 60 points, all right? I'm not interested in 1R or 2R. I'm aiming for 5R. And if you know me, you know I can really hold for that shit. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but this is the shot I'm shooting. Bullshit closed by NQ. I don't think that wants to hold. I think that wants to go lower. I think the NQ wants to go lower. I don't know. We'll see. 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 I've got my exit here. I'm willing to take a break-even exit. I would prefer not to. I'd prefer to let this either work or fail. But I also don't want to hold through a 5-minute buy off the opening print. Oh my God, Jake's future wife is in the chat. My queen. My queen. My queen. That's epic. That's so epic. That's so epic. Someone says, how do you have the mentals to hold for such a move? This has been my strategy for years now, guys. I've been doing the same thing for several years now. I encourage you to watch back some of our former streams. I do the same thing. I am who I am. I'm Jake. What puts me on tilt? You know what puts me on tilt, guys? You know what puts me on tilt? Getting stopped out at break even for that trade to end up working. That puts me on tilt. I do not care if I lose the amount of money that I plan to lose. I will never care. I will never, ever, 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 ever care if I lose the amount of money that I planned to lose. I planned to lose $2,500. I didn't plan to close it even. I accept my risk in the beginning. And then from there, I just let the math do the work. This is not a funded account. I do trade funded accounts as well. This is not a funded account. This is a personal account. This is Jake's funding. www.jake.com, baby. All right, let's see. We really should have gone lower there. We had all the opportunity in the world to go lower and we didn't. That should have gone lower. That 2-minute sell should have gone lower. All right, I'm very much finger on the exit here. Not because we're at even, but because we should have gone lower and we didn't. You see this 2-minute right here? The last 2-minute candle, how it broke under that bar's low and triggered a sell setup? We had all the opportunity in the world to go lower there. And we should have, and yet we didn't, which leads me to believe we might hold. So I am on the edge of my seat, willing to press exit once again. Lock in. No, it's not too loud, dude. I literally am listening to it in my ear and on the screen right there. Loud, dude. Listening to it and on the screen right there. It's not too loud at all. It's literally not too loud at all. I hate you guys. Piss the shit out of me. My lobster too buttery. My steak too juicy. It's literally some people can't even hear it, bro. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry that I'm getting annoyed, but my lobster too buttery. My steak too motherfucking juicy. My request to you all is let's not try to... I'm sorry that sounded rude. I apologize. I shouldn't have sounded so rude to you on that question. But the music isn't loud. And as a reminder, you're one person of 1,000 people watching this stream. All right? I'm not here to cater to one person. I'm here to be Jake. There is music playing. That's the point, guys. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. There is music playing. I know the volume. If I have it on my phone right here, if you're listening to me full blast, you hear it very lightly in the background. All good, baby. All good. Let's lock in, all right? Lock in. My steak too buttery. My lobster too motherfucking juicy.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you
I was going to say, the volume was literally on the low end there of what I usually keep it at. I'm turning this up intentionally. I'm turning this up intentionally because this song is an absolute banger.
life is a short trip, the music's for the sad man.
We want a 2-minute lower high here, guys. We want to break beneath that bar's low really badly.
Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever.
I want to be forever young. Come on, ES. Really want ES to break under this bar's low here. Come on. I think this thing's still... It's a very mixed bag, but...
There's no tomorrow, just a picture perfect day that lasts a whole lifetime. And it never ends, cause all we have to do is hit rewind. So let's just stay in the moment, smoke some weed, drink some wine, reminisce, talk some shit, forever young is in your mind. Leave them off the kin race, neither space nor time. So when the director yells cut, I'll be fine. I'm forever young.
I want to try to play more house music. The problem is it always gets me copyrighted. I found it really gets me copyrighted a lot, but I will queue up the closest thing I got to house music. Come on, ES. Come on, ES. Come on, ES. I do wish that I had shorted NQ. Thank you for the reminder, my dude. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Don't ever let me go. That's how you let me know, baby.
I wanna be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Forever young. I wanna be forever young. Forever young. Do you really want to live
Hex Frames is Didi. Ranj, Hex Frames is Didi. our GOAT editor.
Hopping out of Porsches, popping up on Forbes list, gorgeous. Hold up, niggas started lost it. They be talking bullshit. I be talking more shit. They nauseous.
All right, guys, I'm getting ready to exit out of this here.
No, I'm on my full shit. I ain't with foreclosure. I will
Gave it our best shot. Gave it a true and honest shot. A true and honest shot.
Did you get the picture yet? I'm painting you a portrait of young.
But this thing had multiple chances to go lower. It just didn't. I'm out. Yeah, we had a lot of chances to go lower there. Let's see what the damage is. I lost $715, so pretty happy with that risk management.
There was a little drawing of a heart next to that, followed by an
One other thing I'd love to encourage, guys, is please, before you spam questions about trades, just watch the stream back. I explain literally everything, including the details you guys are asking about right now. And it's significantly easier for you guys to just watch the streams back.
It was just silly crap that hit the spot. And he let himself be drawn
We'll see if I regretted closing that. But pretty happy to keep my loss the way it is for right now. $715 feels pretty tame, you know? Let's do this, though. I actually would not like to risk any more of that money. Just log out real quick. All right, I'm logged out of my live account. Let me log back into some of these Tradeifys. Maybe we can pass some evals, though. All right. All right. We got some evals loaded here that I'm interested in maybe trying out. Man, NQ way weaker than the ES today. Was ES just retesting those levels? Did I pull myself out early? I'll try this on the eval. Oh, you can only do, yeah, let's do. This is actually very disciplined risk management sizing on the eval. Do I want to do this? Let's see. Let's see. I do want to do it. But I want us to get under this bar's low first. That's what I should have waited for realistically. This eval needs about 1,500 bucks. If we get under that bar's low, that's when I wanted to go short. I got the first fill a little premature. Guys, oh yeah, come on. We got to run these likes up, guys. Oh man, we can't do a giveaway with this many likes, my friends. Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Oh, only 382. Come on. We can do better than that, my friends. We can do better than that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I love you guys so much. We are live on YouTube for 6 days a week. Not just myself, but my team, everybody.
There was a little drawing of a heart next to that, followed by an exclamation mark. The back of his was covered in stuff like Brandon is not a very nice guy, but Alex is so nice. And that had an exclamation thing too.
I think this can still work. Honestly, I really do, but we'll see. Come on, ES. Give us the blood. Give us the blood. I want to short more on a 5-minute trigger here. All right, looks like we're not going to get this sell stop. This is also just so many lines on this chart. All right, I'm done with it. I tried twice, once on an eval, once on my actual account. I'm done with it. 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 I'm done with ya, babe. I'm done with ya, babe. It's about as much as I'm willing to try shorts on a day where we're still near all-time highs. Why isn't it showing my other fill? All right, there it is. That's my loser. I gave it a shot. We're at all-time highs, so the biggest risk for me right now is opportunity cost. I'm allowed to shoot a shot on the short. Actually had a little bit of momentum in our favor, but it just didn't get anywhere near where we wanted to. So I'm going to call it at that, and I'm not going to push the needle and try and force myself into something that I don't really want to be in, you know? Oh, banger song. Oh my gosh. To live fast and die young. And now let's have some fun. I'm getting a copyright warning from YouTube. Okay, YouTube. You win. I've been playing copyrighted music. I know, I know, I know, I know. Trying to decide if there's anything else I want to do on the day. If we fail this, I'm kind of, I can't, really shouldn't try another one. I'm going to try another one. This is still my evaluation. I'm just going to see if we can fail that little high right there. Let's see. This is my last try of the day. Still on the eval. I mean, I hope you guys can tell it's an eval. It literally has the eval account number and stuff on the screen. So I'm banking on the fact that our basic comprehension skills are high because you guys are smart motherfuckers. This is my last try. NQ's been weaker all day. I tried a couple ES, very tame risks. It didn't get what I wanted. I'll shoot a shot on the NQ. Maybe it gets what I want. Maybe I eat a stop. No harm, no foul. All love, all vibes, all heart, all fog. All right, doesn't look like it. All right. That's it. I've shot my shot. I've tried. She looked good for a second. She turned out not to be that guy. Let me pull the chat up. All right, I'm done, guys. Happy with my tries, happy with my stabs. Some of the questions I'm seeing are super stupid. I love you guys, but I really wish we could just up the IQ a little bit. I mean that with love. Like, for example, guys, someone's asking, you said OPP was one thing you wanted to long. Why didn't you? Because the other thing that I wanted was a move down into the overnight lows. That's what I was aiming for. I said, but like, God, oh my, I love you guys so much, bro. We got to up the IQ, guys. It's really bad, man. I love you guys, but the intelligence level here on some of these questions is just ridiculously low, man. I love you guys, but it's, oh man. Jake, you weighed 2 scenarios in your head. Why did you choose the one that didn't work out? I don't know. Oh my God. I love you guys, but you are not my people sometimes. All right, I am done. I'm happy with the shots on the day. Oh, let me find my lighter. I also don't understand. I totally know everybody wants to just learn and stuff. But yeah, no, a lot of these questions I'm just shocked at reading them. Guys, the best advice I could give you, don't ask a question. Rewatch the streams over and over and over and over. I guarantee by a bajillion dollars on every single question you have, it's answered. Because let's say you're asking, Jake, you talked about an OPP, meaning you wanted to long the opening print on a pullback. Why didn't you do that? Well, if you watch the stream, you'll also know that the other scenario I was considering was a move down into the overnight low. So laws of very basic deductive reasoning, right? Super basic deductive reasoning would say that that's what I was aiming for, right? All of your questions are answered throughout the stream. I see so many of these that pop up here on the right that are stuff that's already talked about, already answered, or could be answered just by watching the stream. So rather than taking out a notebook and feeling like you guys want to interrogate every detail, just watch, because I assure you, you'll get more positive benefit out of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just chilling for a second, making sure I don't do nothing silly. but I feel pretty good about today so far. Very good risk levels for me on the day. Let's see. See what happens the one time we listen to Emily? Jesus Christ. Yeah, guys, if you're still trading for the day, my guess would be that we try to work our way into these higher targets. Again, just a little surprising for me. I thought we could have used another day of consolidation, but this was a scenario that I had weighed out pre-market. Congrats, you've been liquidated, Streamlabs. Ah. Trying to decide if there's anything else worth even remotely considering on the day, but I really don't think so. I'm truthfully, guys, the NQ has gone nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's the real part about this that's kind of that's just, you know, we've gone nowhere. That's the one reason why I'm also trying to keep my loss kind of small. Oh, I just got a DM about a new Alpha Futures is running a sale. What's the sale, Alpha? What's the sale? Oh, shit. Guys, Alpha Futures is now running a sale until the end of April. Code RAKE20 will get you 20% off. Oh. Let me throw that link in the chat. All right, guys. Hey, I'm checking in the chat now. Let me read through some of this. So apologies. Again, I feel super bad, especially, guys, you know, if you're a mastermind student or in the Discord or like, you know, one of the people that I communicate daily, I'm for sure not ignoring you. I think I saw Logan ask a question earlier today or that I wasn't able to get to. Logan and everyone else, you guys, I would never ignore you. Anything that you really need attended to, you know, of course, throw it in the Discord. You know, I'll see it better there, for sure. But I would never leave you guys hanging. You know that. Let me read some of this. What's your favorite drink, alcoholic drink without Guinness? Oh, I mean, that's a non-trading question. I'll answer that one real quick. Tequila soda, baby. Tequila soda. Tequila soda. Tequila soda. That's my go-to. That's my go-to. That's my go-to. I saw somebody talk about the buffer earlier. Guys, I'm not a great example to use for the buffer because I try, truthfully, to get over the buffer in one trade. I size aggressively on TPT. The other option that I will say, if you do the math on R multiples in intraday trailing drawdowns, if you keep your R multiple below, do the math on this. Somebody look into this a little bit for me. But if you keep your R multiple around $150, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, but I don't think so. If your R multiple is around $150, meaning you're risking $150 per trade, which is small, I'm aware. I'm not trying to claim that that's big. It's obviously a pretty tight risk, right? But if you keep it around $150 per trade, even on your winners that are doing really well, I don't think the intraday trailing will affect you. Just based off math. It's literally just math, right? Unless you get like a 25R that then comes back to even. So my two pieces of advice on the trailing drawdown intraday with TPT, which, you know, I deal with it sometimes. I trade TPT. I love TPT. It's part of the, it's one of those things where it's like, you know what you signed up for, you know? Fuck you, NQ. If you go down to 881s, I'll be a little angry. It's for sure going to. It's for sure going to. It's for sure going to. If you're trading with TPT or anybody that has intraday trailing drawdown, two methods that I use to get around it. One, keep your risk around $150 per trade. And in theory, just based on math, the trailing drawdown shouldn't hurt you that much. Two, size very aggressively in the beginning and try to get past it on your first trade, which is obviously very aggressive, but that's just the honest answer for me on how I sometimes get past it. All right, fuck, I don't care if we get, dude, we need to test new music. We got to test new music. Oh, banger. All right, guys, feel free. Now is your time to throw some questions in there. Gonna answer a few. Indica or sativa? I like it all, baby. I honestly never really minded indica or sativa. I just love good weed. I just love good weed, man. I love good weed. All right, hopefully, I hope for my own sake and my sanity that NQ does not drop down a bunch, because it would drive me insane, truthfully. Damn, son, my guy said Jake. I'm testing out Didi right now. I'm testing out different music. Some gets copyrighted, some is not copyrighted. That's why I'm doing this test. I want to see if these songs are gonna get me in trouble or not. But they won't like ruin the stream, fortunately. It won't give me I won't like lose my account or anything. Get this YouTube pulled up over here. I'm not too blind to see. All right, sorry. Do you primarily trade ES or do you trade NQ at all? I mostly trade NQ and gold, but I trade whatever looks best. Don't put yourself in a box and just trade one of them. Trade all of them. They are all great. I love indica or sativa, baby. Doesn't ripping past the threshold mess up the consistency rule stuff? Yeah, I try not to rip past thresholds. You can see that in yesterday's stream. I exited my Tradeify account trade pretty early to not go over that threshold. On my personal account, which I traded today, I didn't really care because personal account, I don't care. Personal account, you can do whatever you want. Stop looking at ES. Start trading the mother NQ. Sam, I'm NQ's father, bro. Me and you got. I took one ES trade today, bro. I made $47,000 trading the NQ yesterday. I'm very, very familiar with her, baby. Do you still trade Forex? I don't trade Forex. I don't really know what world I would trade. I don't really know what they would have to do to get me to trade Forex again, honestly. I only ever did it a couple of times. But yeah, no, I don't really trade Forex. How safe is Puerto Rico? It's pretty safe where I'm at in Dorado. I'm in a pretty nice neighborhood. You know, every place you go has good and bads. Every place you go has good and bads. I'm in a pretty safe neighborhood, though. On TPT, the code is RAKE. The code is RAKE on TPT. RAKE. R-A-K-E. I need to get it standardized, man, and just have it one across everybody. But for some reason, they've been giving me issues doing that. But RAKE will work on TPT. I want it coming through on the streams, Miles. I want it coming through on the streams. Yeah. It's a good idea, but you're assuming a lot of people are really smart. You got to assume most people aren't that smart, bro. I swear I'm not trying to be a dick. You got to assume that's too many steps for people. Yeah, my code on TPT, code RAKE, will give you 40% off plus no activation fees. I love Take Profit Trader. I have made like $50,000 trading with them this year. Huge fan of Take Profit Trader. I'll throw the link in the chat. If you're interested in trading with Take Profit Trader, code RAKE will save you 40% plus no activation fees, baby. I have not watched Mobland. Actually. The hair directly correlates with positive EV. It's science. Guys, the hair is definitely crazy bedhead right now. It's crazy bedhead. I do need to get it. Someone asked, I saw someone earlier said, did you lose access to all your mirrors too? And I was like, damn, dog, that's a shot to the heart, but you're too late. No, that's so funny. That's so funny, bro. That's so funny. No, I don't. My barber's in New York, so I probably won't see him till I go back. I don't like to cheat on my barber, bro. No, I'm not done trading options. I still love trading options. I just like to do it on Fridays. Thursdays and Fridays are my main options days. Lately, futures have been offering better moves, you know. Guys, this is the QQQ NQ chart. The last month. I don't know why I wouldn't have wanted to trade anything else, you know. Yeah, guys, you know what is I don't know. He might take this down literally any minute. But if you go to Umar Ashraf's page and playlists, interviews, this actually used to be full of a lot of interviews, and now there's only one left. He just left ours. So we actually have collabed. I've had dinner with Umar. I know him personally. He's a great guy. One thing I will say that I take a little bit of pride in is when Umar and I went to dinner, we had a conversation about prop firms. And I stood on my business and I was like, this was 2024. I said, I think prop firms are really going to continue to grow and be a really big part of the future. And I think Umar at the time had a little bit of doubts about the industry's sustainability. And I was like, I don't know, man. I think they're really going to. I wish I had gone all in on my network idea then. That would have been good. I remember saying that, and now I believe that they're doing something similar. I think TradeZella is really taking obviously not because that was just a fun part of our conversation. He's such a smart guy, man. Really, really smart guy. I have heard of Vanquish Options prop firm. They've wanted me to partner with them a lot. Bro, if you're gonna trade options, I feel like, and I'm literally losing money by not taking a partnership with them, by the way, guys. Like that, there's literally a direct way that the show could make money. But I feel like if you're gonna trade options, part of the reason you want to trade them is to get really big winners on your own personal account and withdraw them that day. You know, so this song's for sure copyrighted. I don't know if I'll ever recommend an options prop firm. I don't know if I will or not. I have nothing to get wrong with them. I have heard of goat funded futures, but I just work with the prop firms that I recommend. I have nothing against Top One Futures anymore. Originally, Top One Futures came out in a way that was just a little bit questionable. But the truth is, if they've sustained themselves for this long, you know, that means that they probably have a pretty sustainable business model. I haven't traded with them because I just don't think their rules are good. That's really the truth. Their prices seem cheap, but the rules don't seem great. Who had a big winner in the MM chat? Whoa! Zach, baby! Zach, big shout out to fucking Zach. Zach's an OG, my God. Holy shit, bro. Jonas, too. Holy fuck. Jonas, holy shit, bro. Dude, guys, congratulations, man. You thought I said top step about what? Oh, no. It's about top. No, I was talking about Top One futures. Top One. Holy shit, man. Yeah, Zach, shouts. Will you ever open a prop firm? No, I'm never going to open my own prop firm because I think that my students would rob me blind. I think my students would rob me blind if I did it. So no, I'm never going to start my own prop firm. I want to be a partner of the prop firms. I like to make content. I'm a content creator. In addition, I'm a trader first, but in addition to that, I'm a content creator. I'm a good business person, but prop firm is like a full-on business. I don't think I'd be good at running one of those. Someone asked earlier why I shorted the ES over the NQ today. ES has just been weaker lately, and it also had levels. So when I tried my first short on the ES, we were rejecting these levels right here. So yeah, that's all. All right, guys, let's run a giveaway real quick. I appreciate you all so much for tuning in, guys. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We are on the way to 30,500 subscribers. We need 200 more subscribers. Then my fellow co-hosts can run giveaways. My co-hosts are not allowed to run giveaways until My co-hosts are not allowed to run giveaways until we get to 30,500 subscribers. So guys, tell your friends, man. Tell your friends. Tell your friends, you know? Literally, text your friends and tell them. Dude, look at what Jake is, look at what Reg Trades and his team is doing, baby. What are we at on the likes, guys? Whoa, man, are we short on the likes? I got a little premature there. 435 guys. We got to run the likes up a bit more than that. Unless I got to refresh. We got to run the likes up more than that. No way. No way. No way. What are we at? 479. Oh, guys, we got to get that to 600. There's 600 of you watching. We got to get that to 600. Come on, baby. Smash the like button, my friends. We're live 6 days a week. Oh, I'm sad I'm not long right now, but it's part of life. The opportunity cost. That's all right, baby. Keep those losers real small. Minus $700 on the live, baby. That's all right. That's all right. We got to get these likes up though, my friends. 488 ain't going to cut it. My dad says I'm a little bitch if I run a giveaway at that many likes. $507. Can we get to 600, my friends? Can we get to 600 likes? I think we can. I think we can. Come on. Come on. Run it up. Run it up. Thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, man. We might have to degen hours and eval real quick. We might have to degen hours and eval real quick, guys. I might have to load up a quick take profit trader. I might have to load it up, baby. Guys, I'm feeling a little, we might have to degen it up. Hold up. Alpha Futures is running a 20% off sale, guys. Alpha Futures does not run sales very often. My code with them is basically always 10%. Sending the link for Alpha in the chat right now. Check out the Alpha Futures sale. I'm going to go buy one of them bitches right now. I'm sorry, guys. Where's my degen hours sign? I'm sorry, guys. Proceed at your own motherfucking risk. Don't be mad at me. I made $47,000 today. I lost 700 today. I feel like I'm allowed to degen a little bit, guys. Start new challenge. Alpha Futures. I like the zero plans. The advanced plans are good too, but they're fucking expensive. I'm gonna do a zero plan. And I'm also gonna get a take profit trader. Guys, it's only 11. I've only been streaming for 3 hours. Lock the fuck in. I am not gonna trade my personal account today though, because I would fuck it up. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta log in. I'm buying some take profit traders and some Alpha Futures. Alpha does not go on 20% off sales very often, so I'm gonna grab a couple of those. I'm sorry. The market's at all-time highs and coasting in an uptrend again. I want to long it. Fucking sue me. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, all right, all right, all right. Who the fuck's young? I think we gotta go for it. Yeah! Oh my god, that love that. Oh. Give me the all-time high pump. Give me the all-time high pump, sir. I'm willing to risk like 3 or 4 evals on doing this stupidness. After that, I'm done. The degen hour sign is on. None of you can judge me. None of you can judge me. But I will say, guys, we're at 529 likes. My friends, if we can't run that to 750, I mean, I think we can get 750. I think we can run that to 750. There's 500 of you on here. I think we can hit 200 more likes. Come on, motherfucker. Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't you do that, motherfucker. They keep copyrighting me, so I'm onto the copyright free only for now. Or the lo-fi, whatever. Nah, dog, you got to pivot and go the other way. All right, this is really degenerate, but we're gonna. TPT max. Guys, I'm doing this so that I don't do something really stupid on my personal account. All right? My personal account is dummy safe. That's what matters. You literally you do not need many points when you're maxed out. You do not need many points when you're maxed out. You do not need many points when you're maxed out. You do not need many points when you're maxed out. Come on, motherfucker. Come on, motherfucker. We need a few more. It's like 15, I think. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Where are my glasses? My glasses in my joint. If we're being degenerates, we might as well be degenerates. Run it up, Turbo. Run it up, Turbo. We just need this bar to pop and we're good. Oh, that's the wrong way, Turbo. Turbo. Guys, take profit trader evals are also quite cheap, to be honest with you, so I'm more prone to YOLOing them. Something like an alpha futures, I'm not gonna YOLO that one. That's they're a little expensive. Let's see. Have I not gotten liquidated yet? I went to go buy another the alpha account, and have I not been liquidated yet? That's pretty cool. Can you do Apple Pay on a fucking computer? That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty convenient. Guys, I'll hit the Liquado, I think. Actually, who knows, man? This could hold these little highs. We're gonna see. All right. The only thing with the Alpha Advanced accounts is they have an activation fee. Also, guys, I know everyone's wondering, when am I going to go sit in the sun on the beach? If you see my face, I'm pretty sunburned. I don't think I should go outside much today. Come on, baby. Give us the bullworm. Let's fucking go. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, buddy. That's half. That's halfway done. We halfway there, baby. Let's fucking go. No. Cup of Joe, just seeing your question. No, we're not tilting. This is a take profit trader eval. Guys, I have managed my risk so well on my personal account today. I tried to short this after making 40 racks yesterday, and I'm down like $700. We're so happy with the risk management. We're so happy with the risk management, all right? We're so happy with the risk management. I don't think I could be further away from tilt right now. All right, one take profit trader halfway done. Boom. On to the next, baby. Let's get it. All right. Run it back, Turbo. 150K. You're good, baby. Joe, you're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you popped in without context, I'd also be wondering if I was tilting. On TradingView, I can't copy trade. I can only do one at a time. All right, let's see if NQ can pull back to these former highs here. I don't even know if it'll get that far. We're not going to let it try. Guys, this is very degenerate behavior, but I think this red bar is going to turn around and go the other direction. I think this red bar is going to turn around and go the other direction. I literally mean that. I think this is going to flip into a green candle. This is our second take profit trader eval. Come on. Flip into a fucking green candle. Flip into a goddamn green candle. Flip into a goddamn green candle. You got this shit. You got this shit. You got this shit, babe. Flip into a green bar. 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 Oh, dude, we got this. Oh my God. I only was playing music for a minute there. And they've instantly, all right, I guess once you get the first warning, they really fucking know that you're playing music. That was fast. I was playing, that was so fast. And that song wasn't even on for like a minute. All right, so once they detect you, you're fucked. That's what I'm learning. All right, that's okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Pop these highs, pop these highs, pop these highs. Other way, other way, other way, other way. We don't want to be caught in a failure bar. We wanted that bar to go green. Son of a bitch. Sorry, that was loud. Guys, as a reminder, my friends, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We are doing a giveaway today, even though we have not hit the subscriber target. We got to hit 30,500. That's when we can start running giveaways again with the other hosts, guys. We are at 30,300. We need 200 more subscribers before the other hosts can run giveaways again. We're still running one giveaway today just because I love you guys. But we got to get the likes up to 750. 544? No way, we're only at 544. 546? Oh my God. Oh my God. The fear with copyright strikes on YouTube is they can take your channel down if you do it enough times. Yeah, and I don't want to lose the channel. All right, I'm 1 for 1 on evals. Guys, only 551 likes. Let's meet in the middle. Can we meet in the middle at 600 likes? All right, third and final try. We're back in the third eval. My final try. We pulled back to the highs. I'll end the day 2 for 3 or 1 for 3 on evals. Let's see. Oh, this is a lock. That's a lock. That's a Lockosaurus Rex. That's not true. Do not take this trade thinking it's a lock. But that does feel like a lock. This feels like a lock. I can't make this DGen hours sign any brighter. It is literally as bright as can possibly be right now. DGen hours. Come on, this is a lock. This is a lock, NQ. Guys, we need 40 more likes. 40 more likes. There are 572 on you here. 40 more likes, and we're running a giveaway today, early. Come on. Oh, that we hit it. We don't need them. Boom. 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 2 for 3. 2 for 3, baby. 2 for 3. Let's fucking go. Run up the likes, guys. Yeah, don't click the heart in the chat. That's a great point by Alex. Don't click the heart in the chat. You got to click like on the video. You got to click like on the video. You guys like DGen hours? I'm a little hesitant to do it because sometimes I get a lot of shit for it. But like, I'm pretty fucking good at it, to be honest. My future wife. For the good. I've got an alpha account that my data is not real time yet. So I got to get that to real time. I bought an alpha advanced account, which was pricey. I spent like $350, but I can get a $15,000 payout from that one. So that's cool with me. How do I get the data though? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Guys, 588. Can we hit? Can we hit 600? 12 more likes, guys. We can hit that. Come on, baby. Combined with Mitch today, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's go. Guys, sorry, I'm looking into getting your giveaway codes right now. Oh, duh. Ron, you here? I'm sorry. I haven't studied how to do the giveaway yet. I'm sorry. Lucid Pro or Flex is a great question. Truthfully, I love both. I like to pass in a day. So I'll always choose a Pro because of that. That being said, the Flex has no consistency in funded. So that's also super fire. You know what I mean? You really can't go wrong. I like to pass in a day. Yeah, you can't go wrong, bro. You can't go wrong. Can you name all your funded accounts? I don't have any fundeds right now. I am trying to get them. That's why we're in eval season, baby. Lately, I've just been trading my real money account, my personal cash money militia. All right, Ron is here. Have we hit 600 fucking likes? 603, guys. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. All right, Ron, let's start this sucker. Guys, to enter the giveaways, you only have to do it once. You type this in the chat, all right? That's it. You only have to do it once. You type exclamation point enter. Let's give them 4 minutes. I'm being really nice. I'm so nice, guys. That's so nice of me. 4 minutes is crazy. Okay, well, it hasn't started yet, so hold on. Okay. Now it started. Now you only have to do it once. Now it started. Now here you go. You only have to do it once. Some of you are going to do it a million times anyways. That's okay. Oh, yep, guys. Enter away. Only need to enter once. Only got to enter once. Doing it more times will not give you more entries. We're giving you guys 4 minutes, now probably about 3 minutes. Assume you only have 2 minutes. It only takes 5 seconds to do. So I'd do it now. And please, my friends, do me a favor, hit like, hit subscribe. If you want giveaways to continue with my other hosts, we gotta get 200 more subscribers. That's the trigger in order for us to do another round of giveaways with the other hosts, all right? Can't emphasize this enough. These just come straight out of Papa Jake's pocket, and Jake loves doing it. But if you have any prop for him, my friends, using code RAKE or RT just helps us keep the lights on. This is a fully self-funded project. These giveaways are self-funded. I absolutely love doing it, but I absolutely would love to turn this into a profitable machine one day. And I am very grateful for all of your support. I'm very grateful for all of your support. And I really feel this way about life sometimes. The market's probably going to go pretty high, bro. I wish I went long today. I'm not going to lie. I understand why I wanted the shorts though. It was okay to try. The opportunity cost was real. But risk was managed pretty well. All right, guys, you got under 2 minutes. About a minute left. Assume a minute left to enter. Not even half the chat has entered. Guys, you go to the YouTube chat and you type /enter, or excuse me, exclamation point enter. It's on the screen, on my screen right now. You just type that in the YouTube chat. You enter to win a Tradeify 50K growth account. Go to the YouTube chat and press enter. We gave 4 minutes, guys. That's so much time. So much time. So much time. Come on, chat. We're getting towards the end here. Good afternoon, my friends. I just bought 2 more Take Profit Trader evals. If we're being totally honest, I did it. I bought 2 more. I'm sorry about it. Not sorry about it, but I did it. I done did it. I done did it. I done did it. Mr. Papagorgio, we got to rerun that. Mr. Papagorgio's already won. Mr. Papagorgio, I love you. I really love you, but you won like this week, didn't you? I'm pretty sure you won this week. Virginia C. I don't think she has won yet, but she's been on all the streams. Papagorgio, confirm for me I'm not crazy, but like you did win one just the other day, right? Yeah, Papagorgio, you won on Ron G's stream. Love you so much, bro. We gotta give that to somebody else. Virginia, I'm very glad you won because you have been I have seen you basically attending all of the fucking streams. I've seen you in all of them, so that's a very earned winner, guys. Virginia's a very earned winner. Virginia's a very earned winner. W is in the chat. Shout out Virginia. Hopefully I'm saying that name wrong. Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, for real, Virginia. I'm actually super happy you won. Virginia, will you shoot me a message on Instagram real quick? There you are. You already did. Let's go. Guys, huge W. That's so awesome, man. That's very awesome. Virginia, huge shout out. You're a very, very deserving winner. Thank you so much for your continued support, showing up on all the streams. I'm very glad you won. Guys, that's what Virginia, use that as an example. She's shown up on all the streams. She just won her first giveaway. Shout out motherfucking Virginia. That was awesome, man. That was awesome. All right, guys. One last degen. Boom, 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 boom. Virginia, fuck yeah, I'm so happy. That's so sick, dude. That's so sick. One last draw. Okay. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. 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 That's okay. That's okay, bro. I have to, you got to heat check something. You got to heat check. You got to heat check at some point. There's a heat check. There's a heat check. That's an eval. That's cooked. That's a heat check. That's a heat check, guys. I need, that's a heat check. That's a heat check. That's cooked. That's a heat check. No, is it? Is it? Is it a fucking heat? Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it. Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have called it a comeback. It's not a comeback. Heat check. Heat check. Heat check. Heat check. That was too hot. All right, that's it. I bought two. I'm only trading one. I'm not trading the other one. I bought two more. I'm not trading the other one. I'm done. All right, I'm 2 for 4 on evals. Okay. Heat check. Oh my god, if that wicked me out by the fucking balls. Heat check. Heat check, guys. No mistakes, no mistakes, no silliness. Heat check. 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 I swear to God, that's gonna work though, bro. You know that's gonna work. You know that's gonna work. We all know that's gonna work. I gotta switch evals. That one's cooked. All right, I'm 2 for 4. Mama didn't raise no bitch. You either end winning or losing. Right now, oh my God, see? Bro. Mistimed the heat check by 1 minute, bro. Mistimed. No, motherfucker. No. Look at that. No, look at that, bro. Oh, that's dirty, NQ. That's dirty. On the heat check, too. On the heat check. Damn, son. All right, guys. I think it's beach time. I think you guys are right. Operator error, Ron, bro. Oh my God, on the heat check. I could have been 3 for 4. I could have been 3 for 4, bro. Damn, son. I'm calling the cops on the market. All right, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I was really hesitant to do degen hours like this. You guys seem to fuck with it. We're all on the same page that this is like, I'm not teaching this. This is the sign is on. We're all on the same page, right? We're all aligned with that, you know. Someone says this is why you don't trade prop firm. Well, no, dog. This is why I. All right, this is cool. All right, I'm just making sure. I do trade personal, baby, but this is if I was trading personal right now, I would have done some dumb shit by now. If I was trading personal, I would have tried to short this shit or something, do something stupid, you know. Someone says we've been degenning long before this. My guy basically said, bro. That's so fucking epic. All right. Well, as long as we know that this is more for fun, and I mean, it can be profitable if stuff, but like this is, I mean, we're basically gambling. YouTube doesn't allow those streams, so this is our way of doing it. Oh, that's funny, man. All right, guys. I got probably 2 minutes left. Let's enjoy the last 2 minutes together. Someone says, question about trading. Yes, let me answer your question about trading. I'll answer the next couple. When we rejected those levels for a short, it obviously reversed on us. Now, do those levels be invalidated in the same day? Like we don't play off those levels anymore. They are still valid for the rest of the day. The way I use levels is that they are valid for the rest of the day. When they become invalid is a specific portion of the level system that I don't cover on here. There's only there's basically like 2 things that you could ask me where I'm like, hey guys, that's covered in our Discord. The levels is one of them. I'm not trying to sell you on it. I'm just, I out of respect for them, I'm not going to go in depth on them on YouTube. Yeah. That's just out of respect for our former students. Really, only like a few subjects that I will say are in the Discord. The levels and invalidation point is one of them. Yeah. Do you even trade options, bro? I know that's a valid question. All right. You guys are fucking. Is this the one? I think this is my 5th one. This is number 5. All right. I hate you guys, bro. You guys are literally the worst influences on me. We're going to go long, right? It's just a matter of when. We're going long, right? Yeah, guys, there's a link in the Discord. Code is streamed. The code will not be active forever, by the way. It makes it half off. It's like a launch discount code where it makes it $99, which I think is way too cheap. You get my full recordings of my full mastermind. You get our levels indicator. Our psychology bot just got refinished. It's so sick. It has a grading system. I'm working on it right now. I think it's super worth it. Comes out to $99 a month. You can cancel anytime. If you don't want that, that's literally fine. We're on YouTube for 10 hours a day. And we will continue to be on YouTube for 10 hours a day. I want to get bought by Barstool one day. Maybe not Barstool. Unwell, maybe. Alexandra Cooper. She can buy us. That's fine. I think she's hot. But I'm on team Alex Earl if anyone's been following that drama. All right, this is enough for me. That's enough for me. Team Alex Earl, though. No, I think Alex Earl's a little bit out of my league, but I really do appreciate that, bro. The Discord has basically all of my, it's everything I sell. It's all in one. It's priced at, with the code stream, it's priced at $99 a month. You can cancel anytime. I think it's super worth it. I think it should be a lot more expensive than that, but I think 99 is a really fair price point. It sells well. I'm not a business guy, but there's something to be said about giving up my ego on price point and making it more affordable. And I think 99 is the right place to meet. Cancel anytime. If you're not interested in, this is not really, I don't do these streams to sell that. I do these streams for Project 365. I want to get bought one day. I want new partnerships. I don't do it to sell that, but if you're interested, that is where it's at. I firmly believe it's the best course in the entire world, the last course you'll ever need to take. And a lot of people tend to agree with that. Come on, NQ. One more spike to the fucking highs. Why? Who let me do this, guys? I was ending the day 2 for 2. Or 2 for 4, excuse me. I was 2 for 4. I was shooting 50%. I was heat checked. I was heat checked. Then all I see in the chat is, no, go 3 for 5. Go 3 for 5. We didn't think about what if I go 2 for 5. Man. Y'all owe me a take profit trader eval. You guys owe me a take profit trader eval, bro. First time in history, reverse giveaway. Reverse giveaway. No, I'm kidding. 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 You doing this right now stops me. All right, I'll take that. If I'm stopping you guys from tilting, I'll take it. This was me resetting a take profit trader account that I had failed. So it's technically only $100. So like, it's basically not that expensive. Last hopes. Did ES and did NQ ever take out the previous day's high? They just swept it. Yeah. The mastermind is 9 lessons with a bunch of bonus lessons and like 500 trade reviews. It's a lot of content. The reason I sell it at a monthly price now, I'm so confident that you're going to want to keep watching it because of how good it is, that's why I sell it at a cheaper monthly price now. It's like an ultimate sign of confidence in myself rather than selling it at an expensive price, which I used to do in the past, which again, I still think was worth it because I was doing it live. Now I think it's just a flipped model. We can offer it at a lower price, but those people, I believe they stay. We've run the analytics. For any of you, you guys stay. And for us former students who bought when I was doing it live, we checked the back end. You guys still watch the videos. And if you're still watching the videos, that means that you'd be, the math works out to be basically the same, is what I'm saying. And that was the goal of mine. I didn't really know if I expected that to play out. It's basically it plays out. People tend to watch the videos over the course of like a year. People tend to watch the videos for multiple years. People tend to want to continue to go back and rewatch the videos because they're really good. They're really good videos. There's just no other way to phrase it. They're really good videos. Guys, this might be the comeback from fucking the greatest comeback in the history of comebacks. We must have been a ball hair away from getting ticked out. Come on, come on, come on. Heat check, heat check, heat check, heat check. Where's my lighter? Heat check. No, but I do, you guys, I feel if you've watched any of these streams, which if you're new, I encourage you to go watch all of them. I pride myself on being authentically Jake, and that includes being very transparent and straightforward. And when I don't like something, I speak my mind. And when I feel confident about something, I speak my mind. The mastermind videos are my life's work. I feel extremely confident in them. It's just, I put there was so much heart and soul into it. It was the best thing I ever did before Project 365. Now I think this is the coolest thing I've ever done. Someone DM'd me the other day. They're like, why didn't you do this why didn't you do this earlier? Project 365. They were criticizingly asking like why I didn't do this basically when they took the mastermind, like way back in the day. And in my head, I was like, bro, like, I'm sorry. I wish I had thought of it. You don't control when you think of ideas, you know? I wish I had thought of it. Trust me. I wish you had been doing this for years. This is the best idea I've ever had. I just didn't think of it until Tuesday night, March 2nd, I think is the date. I literally didn't think about this until Sunday night, March 1st. Sunday night, March 1st, which is technically Monday morning, March 2nd. Monday morning, March 2nd at 1 a.m. I woke up to pee, and then I had this idea, and I texted Connor at 1 in the morning. And I said, hey, can we talk tomorrow? And it was actually his birthday, right before his birthday. That was the first time I thought of the Rake Trades Network. I didn't even think to call it Project 365 until 3 weeks before. Project 365 came to me just a few weeks before when I was talking to everybody, and it just took a long while to get where we're at. And you guys owe me a take profit trader eval. I was gonna be 2 for 4 on the day. You guys owe me one, bro. You guys owe me one. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, we're done. Heat check. Heat check. Heat check. Heat check. I swear to gosh, if that pulls that funky, oh my god, don't you funk without me, NQ. No, don't worry. I'd never give myself a giveaway. I think the prop firms would also really be mad at me. If I ever used one of those codes myself, I think they'd be really mad at me because I think they'd be like, bro, we gave you a little bit of a discount. I'm not much. I honestly would expect, truthfully, guys, you would think I get a bigger fucking discount for the bulk purchases I'm doing. I'm not. I'm not. But I think they'd be like, Jake, what the fuck? You can't use these yourself. And I'd be like, shit. Okay, that's fair. Oh, all right, my friends. Heat check. I'm just taking a second now. And I'm going to call it a day. All right, 11:45. Let's see what the UV is. The UV is a nice 9 over here in Puerto Rico. I'm going to head over to the beach, my friends. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching the streams. I promise I will never steal your guys' giveaway accounts. Those are for you, not for me. I love you guys so much. I'm really grateful for all of the support. Please tell your friends to subscribe. The closer we get to 30,500 subscribers, is when the next time my co-host will start running giveaways again, guys. We are at 30,324. We need 175 more subscribers before they start running giveaways again. So that means tune in for them tonight. We have Mr. Christian Lomelli from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern. We've got Mr. Ron G trades from 7 to 9 p.m. and Alan A. Zhang from 1 to 3 a.m. Eastern, guys. I love you so much. I hope you're having a great rest of the night. Jake's future wife is crazy. I love you though. That's incredible. That's the most incredible thing that I've ever seen. I love you guys. Have a great rest of the day. All right.